Dembone CD wants you to guzzle some water, Queenie.
Ed.
Hello, friends. Oh, my hands are way up high again. Why is that happening? Hello, Astro. I'm glad you're here. Hello, Katarina. Hello, Chloe. Hello, Asia. How you doing? I saw KG come in. Mono. I think Liz is here. And Sarah Lane. Good to see you. Hi, KG. And I think maybe Pink. Hi, Dim Bones. How you doing? How's everybody? How is everybody's day? The weather here is wild. Um, still, but it seems like the thunderstorm has mostly calmed down. So I think we're okay for now. God willing. Hello. Liz is indeed here. Hi, Liz. Hi, Rig. How you doing? How is everybody's day? Uh, mine was okay. Quite warm, long drive, and I was all prepared to talk about Alex Padilla being thrown to the floor today. During that Homeland Security conference, and getting his head and shoulders knocked around by the FBI. But instead, I guess we're doing a different thing. Did me a gorilla stream showing off your faves from the stream next fest. I'm glad to hear it. What did you find that you liked? Been a moment since you claimed the emerald. Surely your dragon madness is cured. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're free to hoard more and more emeralds without worry. You're cured. Yeah. Beg pardon, the FBI. Oh, throwing Padilla to the floor and detaining him briefly. Those are FBI agents that caught Padilla. Changer 7, Dead is discovered. Good things. Dispatch looks cool. Telltale, that old Telltale magic. Hi, Wolfie. How are you doing? Let's get this monster energy open. Hi, Bank. How you doing? Yeah, so yeah, 16-ounce Diet Coke can. Yeah. Fun times. You saw someone drag a reporter out of Gnome's PC for asking about Gaza. Did they drag a reporter out? Because they dragged Senator Alex Padilla out, which is kind of a bigger deal um, than a reporter. But the Padilla was asking about the stuff, and so they also dragged a reporter out for asking about Gaza, because Padilla was just asking about um the stuff going on in LA, basically. And Potion, yeah, polymorph. Let's go. Update on the Thai Cambodian situation in Cambodia and back down. That's good news. That's good news. Oh Lord, have mercy. Maybe there's some tonal uh inconsistency with my redeems. Maybe that's true. I don't know. No arm. Yeah, I was hanging on by a thread. Hanging on by a thread, KG. Yeah, so it's just pretty wild right now. But I'll wait for the bunny form to wear off before before I go into it, because it seems Padilla got dragged out. Schumer says, "Why'd you do that?" And walks away. Oh, Shumi. Oh, Shumi. Well, there were like within the hour, I think there were like 12 Senate Dems on the floor, like calling for an investigation. I think Schumer was with them. So, I mean, they'd be right to be mad about that. They're as they should be. Chuck is a useless limp old man. Yeah, he's such a loser. He is absolutely a loser. Yeah, let's get an investigation going. Okay, do we really need? How much of an investigation do we really need there? Schumer. It was fairly clear on the face of it what happened there. But 8 PSL and they're kind of dangerous to be in. But you mean that's a concerning precedent? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the PSL stuff is pretty wild too. Yeah, they're. It makes sense that they would target the PSL. Um, the same as discovery in a legal proceeding, so I hope they ignore it. Wait, what? Did you see the comment? Did you see his comment on the Congress floor? I didn't. His limp and lame anger. Ugh. I bet it would have made my skin crawl. I missed it. Hi, tape player. How you doing? No, that doesn't surprise me in the least. It's these people. Woo! No, salute you, soldier. A letter, you mean? That letter from Holly isn't the same as actual court order discovery. Wait, what letter from Holly? What are you talking about? Sorry, I missed. It's not. Uh, the PSL thing. Oh, okay. Sorry, I need to use more nouns, I guess, so I can keep track of which one we're talking about. Doing well, still catching up on the news today. Yeah, me too. It suddenly got very tense and scary all of a sudden, um, out there, in like relatively quick order. Think I know which one you're talking about. Is it the one where they left funny messages at the escape hole? You heard that there was a jailbreak from the Gestapo prison in New Jersey. No, that's a different one. Yeah, that's a different one. This was detainees at a like ICE detention center, basically, in Jersey, and the detainees had not been fed, and they broke down a wall. I don't know. Are they out? Are they like? Are they? Are they out of? Did they escape custody? I haven't actually caught up on that one. Yeah, they were being malnourished, so they said, "Fuck this," and tore down the wall. Yep. Yeah, apparently they had not been fed in quite a bit. So they tore down the wall and, to my knowledge, are out. You're working on the 14th, can't go to any rallies until after, like, 8 PM. Yeah, I guess, be careful if you do. Be careful if you do. After 8 PM. Tai Chi on Blue Sky. Let me see. Let me see what we got. I just saw something that sickened my stomach. The manhandling of a United States senator. We need immediate answers to what the hell went on. No, Chuck. Yeah, let's listen to this audio real quick.
What the hell went?
Without objection?
Mr. President, I just saw something that sickened my stomach. The manhandling of a United States senator. We need immediate answers to what the hell went on. I yield the floor.
Oh, yeah. Well, stirring stuff. Stirring stuff. Chuck. If anyone goes out, stay safe, can't risk physical health, but I believe in y'all. Yeah. It has to be seen to believed. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. That one was rough. Look at that vim and vigor, that fire. Ah, we got fighters out there. This boy wants to build a wall. How well do you think it will hold up against angry, hungry folks? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, you don't know what's become of them now? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened after they tore down the wall at the detention center. Does anybody know? Are they unaccounted for? Hi, Chiaki, how you doing? Yeah, we're trying to find the guy who did this. Yeah, exactly. Hi, caramba. Hey, you're a bitch, chimp. Yep. Please ignore that very shitty advice about everyone sitting down and being quiet if you see violence. Break it. Yeah, I wouldn't sit down. So unsafe for so many reasons. That's the 50501 for budding. I leave the direction that you came if you see shit getting hairy. You know? Yeah. 2 typos in 1 paragraph, a new record. You know where they are, and if you know, yeah, and I gotta say, no. I'm not saying tell me where they are. I'm just saying, are they not? Are they unaccounted for? Not sure. You are here, but you'll BRB. Hi, Sar. How you doing? How you doing? So yeah, here's the Jesus fucking Christ though. Fucking these strikes in is it so fucking bright back there? I need to change the fucking bloom in here or something. Because this is ridiculous. What am I doing? What am I even doing with these things? There's got to be. We'll just go to the default scene where there isn't bloom. God, it's still fucking bright. Why is there bloom here? Let's go to the study instead. There's anti-bloom there, I think. Yeah, it's worse. The arena has no bloom. Yeah, better. Okay. You need to sit? Sure, fine, but if things are getting too hairy, you see a troublemaker on block stealing some bread, you can always just leave. Yeah. If a kettle looks like it's gonna happen, leave the way you walked in, generally speaking. So yeah, here's the fucking situation. Explosions all over Iran tonight. And it's starting to look a lot like regime change. Hi, Farasan, how are you doing? In the beginning, God invented light, and people were grateful. Then God made bloom and created the blind. Yeah, that's on me, I suppose, for setting up these scenes the way I do. So what do we got? We've got fucking strikes in residential areas in Tehran. Multiple sites and officials struck in the capital. I don't know if you've seen any of the pictures, but there's just giant plumes of smoke over Tehran right now. And this just kind of happened out of the blue today. We were talking about this last night. I was talking with Space Buffoon and Chance, and they were asking if there was any news, and I said there's no good news except we haven't, Israel hasn't struck Iran yet, and here we are. This is one of those rare moments where why are they bombing? It is they're calling it a preemptive defensive strike against Iran. One of those rare moments where old Trump is saying, hey now, let's not be hasty. Where Trump sounds like the fucking voice of reason in comparison. It's supposedly a preemptive, as they're calling it, a preemptive defensive strike. Broken clock, yeah, exactly, yeah. They're high-ranking people, nuclear scientists, is in the residential area. That's the problem, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, they are targeting scientists, and they don't care if children are in the building with them. Trump is just mad that they're taking the spotlight from his civil war. Yeah, I suppose a little bit. Preemptive to what? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. I know. It's fucking. It's. Can't believe they do such a thing. I know. So the IAEW, the International Atomic Watchdog, the IAEW, whatever, confirms that that Iran's main enrichment facility was struck out here in Natanz as well. That's the idea. That's the justification. Is that Iran was supposedly enriching uranium at a rate faster than Israel was happy with. Trump and Bibi both know the moment they are out of office, real world consequences could happen to both of them. Netanyahu has been on the fucking skids for ages. He is deeply unpopular, and war is the only thing that keeps him. War is the only thing that keeps him in power at this point. And out of multiple tribunals. Hi, Jeannie. How are you doing? Are you too spicy? No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You think it's the sequel to the saber rattling last month? The sequel? Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a sequel. This is about to get extremely spicy, I think. You can't blame Iran for wanting a nuclear weapon. You know what the US doesn't do when you have a nuke, invade or mess with you. Exactly. And we've been, Iran's been, trying to get one for decades at this point, and you're exactly right. It's for that very obvious reason that it represents security, which is why Israel is extremely, against them having one. And Bibi is just playing out the clock till he's old or sick enough to not be put in jail for the rest of his days, I guess. Yeah, this is a declaration of war. Honestly, that saber is out. Yeah, this is like Israel is in lockdown now. Like they're talking about putting people, like directing people to go to bomb shelters for like the weekend, basically. Hi, Miyokuchu. How are you doing? Not even just the U.S. Russia demanded Ukraine disarm back in the 90s and promised they wouldn't do anything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is why Ukraine disarmed, which I suppose, in retrospect, may have been a bad decision. I hope he has good security if he makes it that long for reasons I won't go into here. You're not wrong. Iran got proxy. You feel like the fear on like smuggled dirty bomb. Iran got proxied. You feel like the fear on like this smuggled dirty bomb. I think I'm following you. Not really on Iran or Israel. So there's no that's always a mistake when world events are happening. It's choosing a side. That's ridiculous, So we're just monitoring events as they unfold. What a weird first message. Get out of here. Hello, Pullover. How are you doing? Did you hear we have a soldier on the moon? What does that mean? Yeah. No, I hear you. That sure was the first message. I'm on nobody's side because nobody's on my side. Yeah. No, unfortunately, I mean, like, yeah, who are these people? What? Who are these people? How did you find your way here, you strange person? What's going on tonight? Good question. Night brings on the freaks. Yeah. Yeah. Soldier on the moon is a meme. Yeah, no, what's up with that? Sorry, I was distracted by people sending weird messages. The thing about the Iron Dome is that the Iron Dome is overhyped when it comes to protection from a variety of things. The Iron Dome is good at shooting down surface to surface missiles for the most part. Small missile fire. It is entirely incapable of handling ballistics, basically. Stuxnet, a malware strain that infected nuclear facilities and physically destroyed much of Iran's nuclear infrastructure, shocked the world early in the aughts, and it was developed by a unit in the States. It's been a continued effort to fuck them up. Interesting. Yeah, it's good at shooting down tiny, shitty rockets. That's what it's basically. No, not mortars. I mean, like ballistic missiles, you know? Tagged you. Oh, both for the video clip on Blue Sky. Soldier on the moon? What is this? Those who do not have access or care to go to Twitter for the video, here's the video of the U.S. Secretary of the Army stating that there is currently a soldier on the moon. Huh? I guess I gotta hear the audio.
Recruiting and retention that we have as young Americans across
This is Dan Driscoll, the U.S. Army Secretary.
the country get to see all of the amazing things that the Army has done, whether it's helping with floods in North Carolina or wildfires in California, or we talked to an astronaut yesterday who's on the moon, who's a soldier, including actually going to war and fighting to defend the freedoms that are that make our nation so great. We think this is going to be an incredible in recruiting and retention that we
Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? What the fuck is going on? Dom, chill the fuck out. For Christ's sake. Need to reveal classified information? Possibly? I don't know. The vibes are off about tomorrow. I don't even necessarily know if I mean that. Yeah. Is he high or something? I don't know. I'm not sure. Or is he just hallucinating? We talked to an astronaut yesterday on the moon who is a soldier. There's a lot going on tonight. And I'm trying to keep my brain, like, I'm trying to make sense of it, you know? You can't just go to the moon without people knowing. Generally not. Yeah. Moon's haunted. Yeah. Moon's haunted. Alt Space Force? What is happening? Well, let's see what we've got. That's the newest I see. Oh Jesus, Iranian chief of staff killed in an Israeli strike 11 minutes ago. General Mohammad Bagheri, chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, former top commander within Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard, confirmed killed, along with other multiple military officials and scientists. Gotta lock the doors on the moon castle? Fuck, I better go. Check. I hate this timeline, Pank. I do too. To my knowledge, most astronauts were vets, so a soldier has been on the moon before, sure. Maybe that's what he's trying to say, maybe? But we talked to an astronaut yesterday. Everything Iran is today is 100% the U.S. fault. Yeah, well, somewhat. It's extraordinarily complicated, isn't it? Because Iran and Russia also, quite the buds, you know. So it would be very difficult and unnecessarily and deceptively reductive to say that Iran is proxy, but UK works too. I could see that, yeah. Talk to an astronaut who went to the moon. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Yeah. We were kind of okay with Persia. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. No, and it's been it's been a situation ever since, hasn't it? The whole soldier on the moon thing is clickbait and watchbait, maybe? Israeli strike killed General Mohammed Bagheri. Jesus Christ. Fucking Isaac Herzog says that this is justified because Israel has a right to defend itself. With a preemptive strike, a preemptive unprovoked strike? Could be clickbait, could be the guy just could have been a fool, yeah. That everyone in Western North Carolina had good things to say about FEMA, and now it's getting defunded. Yeah, no, that's true. Who was the last person to even be on the moon? Yeah, what was the last person to be on the moon? Played the shit out of that trombone on Apollo. Yeah, I don't think it was Louis Armstrong. It doesn't have that. That is so that yeah, no, I mean that's the absurd claim that's being made, and then the retaliations that are inevitable will be somehow framed as unprovoked. Now what's odd to me here, check out the I mean we kind of looked at these images here. Explosions heard, black smoke seen across city in Kermanshah and Tabriz. But like look at the flights over the airspace immediately. There were flights over Iran, commercial flights over Iran at the time. Look at them fucking clearing the fuck out. Look at this line of them making a fucking beeline to Iraq. Tried going back to the moon recently, but I believe the plans got delayed, fucked around with. Right, because everything's got to be Mars now for some fucking reason. Don't know why. Gene Cernan was the last man on the moon, and he passed away in 2017. Thank you for that. Thank you for that fact check, KG. Hi, Rekka. How you doing, Rekky? You gotta hope China, US, Russia start fighting over the moon far away from the rest of us. I like the moon, though. I don't want her to get all scarred up. So not 1917 or 1972, last person on the moon. So which one is it? The moon is too pretty for capitalism. Yeah, it is pretty scarred. That's true. But like, she came by them honestly, you know? Mars isn't even a good planet to colonize. Yeah, the moon is a better place. It's just a giant rock covered in basalt and space dirt, and we can't even terraform. We can't even keep the Earth terraformed. What are they playing at, you know? What is on the moon that's worth trying for? I think there's some isn't there some like helium or something on the moon? Or something? Oh, 2017 is when the last man on the moon died, is what KG was saying. Okay, thank you. He was on the moon in 72 and then died in 2017. Thank you. I got the dumbs. Yeah, helium-3 is pretty important. Yeah. And a bunch of cheese, yeah. And people want to do stuff, yeah. Isn't there also there's some other mineral? Is it helium-3, which can be converted to tritium. Okay. So there is no tritium. I thought it was tritium, but apparently that's the thing that you turn into. Good for nuclear fusion. Gotcha. Lots going on in the brain space today, yeah. What is this map of? This is a map of Iran. Here, you can see the commercial flights that were over Iran all making beelines out of there. I mean, to Iraq. Basically, and get the fuck out. Have we invented warp drives while you weren't paying attention? No. Not yet. Thinking about mining in space makes me so sad. It makes me sad too. Yeah. Anyway, so here's the tweet from Secretary Marco Rubio. Statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. This is important phrasing. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. We were talking about like the fact that non-military government personnel were being evacuated yesterday, you know, like emergency flights out. So, you know, so that's what it's neither here nor there. Sorry, we're just talking about the facts. This isn't about who do you support. This isn't that kind of story, you know? It still says Elden Ring. I thought I'd change it to just chatting. No, it says just chatting. Can somebody refresh and see if it says just chatting? Just chatting. Okay. You should have been more specific. No. You're fine. You're fine. Just like, you know, we shouldn't approach moments like this with like, you know, we're just looking at the, on YouTube? Oh, Maxwell says YouTube. Oh, the YouTube stream title? What the fuck? That's weird. I never even said a game title. YouTube? Settings. Beats me how to do anything about that. This is huge and terrible. It is. It is huge and terrible. Yep. I'm just chatting chatter. Yeah. I have no idea how to change that. YouTube is a YouTube. Yeah. It does say Elden Ring on Hot to Try. Well, it's so weird. That's the one that I actually updated. Fucking whatever. Who gives a toot about YouTube? Who gives a toot? Thank you for the heads up. I don't know how to change. I don't think there's a way to change that on YouTube. I don't think you can change your stream title like midstream like you can on Twitch, unfortunately. It's just chatting to you. Yeah. Here on Twitch, we're good. Thank you for the heads up, Maxwell. I appreciate it. They're excellent. It isn't even here. I know. You can either just set it after, or if you hit plus create on YouTube and go live, you can switch it. Plus create in chat. What in YouTube chat? I don't even have that open. I'll edit it after. Yeah, it's okay. I usually have like two people watching the YouTube lives because I don't even promote it. So, but I appreciate it. It's also like 30 seconds behind. Yeah, because it's doing I have the captions set to auto generate on YouTube. So it's got like a 30-second delay. Yeah, it's weird. YouTube is just bad for streaming. Sorry, YouTube boys. If I got any YouTube boys in the YouTube chat tonight. You see what happened yesterday with a few of the servers on here, with the Twitch servers? I heard that they were down today. The live bot also says hot to trot with space of chance sesame. You open it up to rewind. That's so weird. Maybe there's something going on there. Yeah. What would you say if every nation gets like 100 nukes? I would say that I would like to get off the planet as soon as possible, I think. Everything was down today for some reason. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Yeah, like large parts of the internet were down today, right? Not just Twitch. It was like anything with like a Cloudflare was down today, right? Do you have a casualty count yet? No, not even close. We're still getting breaking news. Israeli strike killed General Mohammed Bagheri. chief of staff of Iran's armed forces. I don't know where that happened though. That's the most recent. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Just in, Israeli military 1 minute ago says Iran has launched over 100 drones at Israel. Jesus fucking Christ, y'all. It's fucking World War III fucking popping off. Folks really downplay the devastation of nukes. It cannot be understated how fucking awful. Double check the clip about the soldier on the moon. You notice something that probably explains everything. It's from Fox News, and you wouldn't believe them if they said 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah. A cyber attack? Oh, really? A cyber attack is what took stuff down today? Discord API crashed for a while too? Huh. Yeah, it was apparently quite big. If this flight tracker is to be believed, there's nothing over Iran right now. No, I'm sure they've taken everything down. Yeah, all commercial flights. Yeah, they've diverted everything. Yeah, that's bad. You're just hearing about it since you woke up not too long ago. Yeah, shit's looking really, really tense right now. Minka. I thought about just canceling stream and just sitting and watching the news to keep track of it, but I kind of just wanted to, I guess. No, no, Mecca is in Saudi Arabia. I just kind of wanted to monitor this stuff live with folks and talk about it, I guess. You know? Like, what the fuck else do you do? Saudi Arabia condemns Israeli strikes on Iran. Yeah, no kidding. Saudi Arabia on Friday reprimanded Israel for its strikes on Iran despite long-running tensions between the kingdom and the Islamic Republic. Yeah. Saudi Arabia expresses strong condemnation and denunciation of the blatant Israeli aggressions against the brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran, which undermine its sovereignty and security and constitute a clear violation of international laws and norms, the country's foreign minister said in a statement. Netanyahu, 49 minutes ago, said another wave of Israeli strikes are set to happen. What do you think caused this specifically? I don't know. I honestly don't know because like the US and Iran were actively engaged in talks, and like last week Trump was like actively talking Israel down from like no. But the IEAW, the fucking atomic watchdog or whatever, released a report yesterday that was basically calling out Iran for like obscuring enrichment facilities. But I think we had already known about that, honestly. There was a cyber attack. Yeah, Iran did hack Israel. Like, when did that hack happen, Astro? Do you know? Spare if you don't engage with the depression rectangle. I'm low-key trying not to have a panic attack just to hearing about it from a cartoon vampire on the internet. Yeah. Yeah. Cyber attack being responded with a lot of real violence and stuff. I think it was probably an attempt to forestall an attack. It would be my guess. Where let's see, let's learn about that Iran cyber attack. What was that? Huh. Weird. News? God, it's all been obscured. Yeah, it's fucking all the news is gone now on that stuff. And also Google search is fucking useless these days. Cyber attacks are definitely the future of warfare. They're what we call like that's hybrid warfare. You know, that happens when conflicts are like that. Yeah, like cyber attacks are the like bread and butter of hybrid warfare. Actual like fighting on the ground, like warfare is all fucking drones and AI targeting systems for like the next century. But Are cyber attacks that useful? They can be, yeah. They launched cyber attack 2 weeks ago against Israeli officials. Is that when that happened? The one where they supposedly got like terabytes of Netanyahu's data? Hoping NATO peacekeepers can calm it all down. God willing, Mr. Matz. USA is not doing anything but fanning the flames and saying it wasn't us. You know, like that's what we were just reading from Marco Rubio. Is just like, don't hit us. We didn't do it. Which is, I don't know. I think that's better, I guess, than saying, yeah, we stand by these attacks. This is like remarkably non-committal from the US, actually. Yeah, Putin learned that cyber attacks and troll farms are a lot cheaper than tanks and soldiers. Jesus Christ, did you hear about the like revised figures on Russian casualties during the war? Like the official figures are up. The official figures are up over 100,000. And the projected actual figures of Russian casualties are 200,000. Like 200,000. And during the first year of the war in Ukraine, it was a 1 in 5 officer casualty rate. 1 in 5. That's quite a few. Yeah. That's about half probably. Well, I don't know. What's the actual... I don't know what the actual count on Ukrainian casualties is, but Ukraine held that line. Yeah. And Ukraine probably suffered what? I'm guessing about 400,000. Russia has a problem having good officers. About 1 in 5 of them died. You know? A world first with its massive drone attack. That's in the history books now. Yeah, Operation Spiderweb. Is that what it was called? It's never been done before. That was jaw-dropping, that thing. Yeah, they're mostly conscripts. They have, on average, Russian troops have 2 weeks of training on average, and many have as little as 2 days of training before they're shipped off to the front line, which is wild because that is ridiculous. The officer casualty rate was because they basically telegraphed who they were on the battlefield, right? Yeah. Yeah, that was there. Oh, God, I just drank that. So wrong. I swallowed it wrong. Must be tense. Yeah, before they switched to their current methodology, which is meat grinder tactics, they were doing like, what would you call it? Tactical strikes. They were trying to do these very like precision maneuvers with like officers in tow, coordinated attacks. But now it's conscripts. It's back to WW1. Yeah, they send like untrained conscripts in to fortified locations and then hit them with artillery once they get mowed down, basically. All this news stressing me out. It is stressing me out, yeah. Didn't Putin want to recreate the Soviet Union? He never got over it, yeah. Like, to Putin, the fall of the Soviet Union is like a personal affront. Now, he doesn't actually want to recreate the Soviet Union in its structure, but he wants to bring together, like, he wants to reunify what he considers to be rogue states, basically, that rightfully belong to him. And much like Netanyahu, Putin cannot exist in a state that is not war. Don't forget, at the beginning, you saw a bunch of poor kids issue WW2 surplus rifles. Yeah, you saw so many soldiers with machine guns in an active firefight. Yeah, and apparently their first aid kits are from the 60s, the Russian first aid kits. It's fascinating because Ukraine has more wounded soldiers. Because the Russian ones just die. Because they have these first aid kits with like the rubber hose tourniquet. Does that mean inferior? Yeah, they're like literally falling apart. Like they open it up and fucking moths fly out of them, you know? Took out legacy bombers, tons of them that cannot be replaced or repaired, and they didn't kill one person in the attack. All material. Yeah. Oh, what was the projected cost? Tank. Trying to remember. Everything has a shelf life, even shelves, yeah. The Ukrainian Defense Forces projected, I think it was like, let me see. I'm sure it's been updated. Latest. Oh wow. Did did I did my did my post about it go away? Let me see. Where is it? 7 billion in damages to Russian military assets is the projection. Yeah. Just wild shit. Putin doesn't want the Soviet Union because he's an oligarch. Maybe he wants a totalitarian state, perhaps, but not communism. No, but he wants to. No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, Ozio. He wants to recreate the glory as he understands it of the Soviet Union. Do you know what I mean? Like as he imagines it. It is ultimately a like the classic like reactionary kind of mentality of like I want to recapture the glory and pride of a thing that only exists in my own mind, you know? He wants the prestige of it to come back. He wants to rewind time. Yeah, in a lot of ways. Yeah. Remember WannaCry? Billions of dollars in damages and forced Microsoft to send out a patch for Windows XP after its support ended. Oh, was that a cyber attack? I don't remember that one. Not even full mobilization yet. Still volunteer. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I scrolled up quite a bit. Huge problem Russia is having is they have been selling off all their stored material for literally decades now and not have the production capacity to replace it. So they're going to ammo bunkers, find them nearly empty because generals have been selling it off on the side since before you or I were born. Yeah, which is why it's so fucking bizarre. They've had to buy weapons back from North Korea and Iran. Like, they're using hardware that they've been selling for ages. Hi, Hell Pepper. How you doing? The mad fantasies of an old man with a dying brain and pretensions to empire, you know? It's literally just like with Trump in the Gilded Age. No, 100%. All these fools have these delusions. All right, let's see what Jordan closes its airspace. Okay. Jordan closed its airspace to all flights after Israeli strikes on Iran. Okay, we haven't heard anything more from those 100 drones apparently launched at Israel. That's literally all we have. Brigadier General Effie Defrin, the chief army spokesman, in the last few hours, Iran has launched more than 100 drones towards Israel, and all the defense systems are acting to intercept the threats. Now, drones, the Iron Dome could probably be helpful there. The North Korean stuff is just the old Soviet stuff that Stalin's gave back to, give them back in the 60s. Yeah, exactly. They're having to buy back stuff that they gave away. Interview at Space Place next week. You don't know what she's doing working at midnight on a Thursday, but responded to figure out a day just now. All right, fair enough. Weird hours for it, but good news. Congratulations, HP. That message was an hour ago. The drones are probably still on their way. Who knows what the delay is? Yeah. On like the lag between these messages, you know. It's the modern Middle East. The new Gordian knot? Oh yeah. Yeah. It certainly is in a lot of ways. Hi Dive Bunny, how you doing? Tisk, you tiskin. Olympic Games, New Zealand escaped the net because Israel were idiots and didn't put a playpen in it. That's how Iran learned how to cyber attack real good. How we learned a particular MD5 collision technique. Interesting. Huh. At least they don't kill people like other aerospace companies. That's good. That's good. I like that. Hmm. Israel says, okay, 1 minute ago, Israel says some 200 fighter jets involved in strikes. Israeli military spokesman Brigadier General Effie Defrin said that some 200 Israeli fighter jets participated in the operation, striking 100 targets. He said the attacks are ongoing. Okay. That's not particularly anything. It's relevant to this because Israel's actions here is an unusual conventional response to a devastating Iranian hack of Israeli assets, including intelligence and Netanyahu personal assets and bribe docs. I really want to know what's in the blackmail material, Miokachu. It's very strange that came that report. I was reading that report as of yesterday. Iran just humiliated the Mossad and Shin Bet, so it's really a direct response. That's true. That's true. I wouldn't have expected 100 strikes from Israeli fighter jets, though. That's pretty wild. But yeah, I mean, so it's a direct response to that, but then also with the pretext of like with the scuttlebutt from the IEAW or whatever the fuck they're called. Can I get that? Let me get their actual acronym. uh yeah, IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. That's the one I keep fumbling, Chiaki. Yeah. Their report provided a pretext, I guess, and I'm wondering why that came out at the timing that it did in the middle of those negotiations between the US and Iran, you know? The existential threat that comes with the commercialization of space? Nah, you're right to be concerned about it. You keep banging that drum, yeah. Didn't find much evidence of Iranian escalation, did they? They did seem to be. I mean, their report did seem to indicate that Iran was ahead of previously acknowledged schedule in terms of enrichment, and that they were concealed. But I thought that report that they had found traces of uranium enrichment in certain sites, I thought that was old news. IAEA says Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant not targeted on the Persian Gulf Coast has not been targeted, and that no increase in radiation levels has been observed at the Natanz site. That's the enrichment facility. Why would there not be an increase in radiation levels at a bombed enrichment facility? Is the reason we are preventing Iran from becoming a nuclear state because the US believes they will use them against our allies. I mean, yeah, that's kind of, I mean, that's like that's the simple explanation. I don't think that it's so much about worrying about Iran using them, but more that it represents an elevation. Any country that possesses nuclear capabilities enters kind of a new tier of like not legitimacy, but like a certain kind of untouchability. You know what I mean? Like it is in Iran's mind an assurance that they cannot be invaded. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. North Korea already got them. A little worried about Iran using nukes about as much as I am Yeah, about France or India using them. But in this day and age, the unthinkable is thinkable all of a sudden, you know? The unthinkable is suddenly thinkable all the fucking time. Ukraine got rid of theirs, and it didn't take Russia long. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bad move. The moment they wave 2 nukes around, everyone will stop talking about regime change. Yeah. Do I wanna be there to do I want there to be so damn many? No. Yep. I can't at all fault Iran for wanting one. It's a completely rational thing to be pursuing, in terms of rational self-interest, you know? You'll reserve your thoughts on nuclear weapons until they're pertinent? Like smaller ones, tactical, yeah. It's still very, very bad. You know, there are tactical nukes, bunker buster kinda things. Um Oh, my lady. Hi, Ash Axel, how you doing? Tactical and strategic, and all the modern ones are much less in terms of fallout yield. This is true. But, not a thing that should be fired. Certainly not a thing that should be fired. 'Cause good lord. I'm probably gonna hook up our, the mutually assured destruction computers to ChatGPT. You suggested a Demon Core drone to your brother, and he said he did not like it. I don't like that either. I'm with your brother on this one. Is the simplest way to describe it. Not long after the founding of modern Israel, there was a multi-pronged attack on the country by many other countries, including Iraq, Saudi, and Jordan, Syria, too. Israel learned the best defense is a good offense from that war. Yeah, I mean, it's intractable. It's an intractable solution. It's an intractable problem whose solution was made impossible by the conditions that brought it about, unfortunately. You think ChatGPT could do a better job than the current administration? Honestly, maybe. They've been doing offense ever since. You like the concept of it, though? They use a nuclear bomb to start another nuclear bomb. Wait, which one? What do you mean? Oh, the thermonuclear bomb? Right, right. If you were to simplify it, you would say it's a case of hurt people on a very large scale. Can't be hit if you keep punching. Yeah, not a defense, just an explanation. No, indeed. And unfortunately, it tends to reiterate the traumas that you've undergone. You know what I mean? A framed photo of Alf would be better than the current administration of several countries. That's true. I'm voting for Alf. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei attends a ceremony. Yeah. Said Friday that Israel will face severe punishment over its attack on the country. Issued a statement carried by the state-run IRNA news agency, confirmed that top military officials and scientists had been killed in the attack. Quote, Israel opened its wicked and bloodstained hand to commit a crime against our beloved country, revealing its malicious nature more than ever by striking residential centers, Khamenei said. They're vibe legislating, yikes. Put your dog into the position of leadership. Yeah. And he went to the farm upstate 16 years ago. Salutes. I salute. I salute the pupper. Okay. Well, maybe that's all we're going to get for a little bit. Oh, Jesus. There's some footage coming
We
in
want
of
you to
Iranian
walk you to drown
Shahed-type
your
drones
sorrows,
heading towards
your
Israel
worship.
over Iraq. Shahed-type drone. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch bones. Thank you for the
Here
stretch.
comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. There's footage here of the drones flying over Iraq, possibly en route to Israel. That was posted 20 minutes ago. Oh, Lord.
A new recruit has joined the army of Val Ashiat.
Hello, Nolami Amada. Welcome in. Israeli Defense Forces said that Tehran had launched over 100 UAVs toward Israel in recent hours in response to strikes on Iranian nuclear and military strikes. Yeah, that's the same stuff. IDF working to shoot them down. Hmm. Supreme Leader has reportedly appointed Habibullah Sayari as acting chief of the general staff. I don't know anything about Sayari. Who is Habibullah Sayari?
Ad.
Damn. Fucking Wikipedia updates fast. Appointed as the temporary commander of the Armed Forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, replacing Mohammad Bagheri, former Marine commando who fought in the Iran-Iraq War. 70 years old. You have good news today, but current news takes precedence. Hit us with your good news, Sar. Don't mess with Wikipedia editors. They move fast. Hit us with your good news, Sar. It's okay. I'm like, my eyes are glued to this at the moment, but it's not the only thing that's going on in the world. You know what I mean? It's okay. We can also talk about other stuff while we keep our eyes on this. He served in several important command roles. Commander of Marine Corps training in Manjil, commander of the 1st Marine Brigade in Bandar al-Abbas, deputy commander of the 1st Naval District. Okay. I don't know much about him. Neither does Wikipedia. Oh, he was part of the Bushehr Marine Rangers Battalion during the famed Battle of Khorramshahr in 1980 and was wounded in that battle. Okay. Second date went great. I'm so glad to hear that, Sar. Unnamed lady had a great time. Lots of hugs and held hands for the first time. That's wonderful news, Sar. The Iran-Iraq wars, yeah. Hand-holding. How scandalous, I know. Yeah, we all need good news. Lay it down. We need the good news, too. Major battle in the Iran-Iraq war beginning shortly after the Iraqi invasion of Iran in 1980. This guy's been on the beat for a while. He's been on the beat for a bit. Iraq countered their Marines with live wires in the waters. That's fucked. That's wild. Yeah, where'd you go on your date? What did you go and do? Ad break is finishing now. Welcome back, friends. I was doing water types were weak to electric types. Seriously, that's messed up. I don't know much about that. don't know much about how that rolled out. I'm sure that would be very interesting to look into. Let's see what's new on this feed. Anything? Got anything? Nope. Trump hopes Iran gets back to negotiating table after Israel attack, Fox News reports. Okay. Sure. After the Supreme Leader said Israel has prepared a bitter fate for itself, I don't think that's going to happen. Oh. Iran's Tasnim agency confirms the death of IRGC commander Hossein Salami and 2 nuclear physicists in Tehran. Trump getting left on red. Sad, yeah. Sad. Yeah, where did you go, Czar, for your date? What did you do? Jesus fuck, that's a fucked up picture. Okay, nothing new there. Sounds like we've got the most breaking news on the on the feed. Nuclear talks mediator 23 seconds ago. Nuclear talks mediator Oman condemns Israeli strikes. Oman on Friday. Who's Oman? Nuclear talks mediator Oman. Who is that? Oman's foreign minister Badr al-Busaidi had set a date earlier that talks were set for Sunday. Oman on Friday condemned Israel's strikes on Iran. It comes 2 days ahead of planned high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran in Muscat, or the Islamic Republics. Oh, in Oman. Oh. Holds Israel responsible for this escalation and its repercussions and calls on the international community to take a clear. You need a nap. Did you call me lad, Chloe? Take a clear and firm position to stop this dangerous approach, which threatens to exclude diplomatic solutions and undermine the security and stability of the region. Yeah. Oh, he's responding to Azrael. Okay. Sorry, I'm tense. Australian news right now is like El Platter caught doing 172 kilometers per hour on icy Tasmania Road. Right. Apologies for being tense. I can feel my jaw. My jaw is so tight right now. It's so tight right now. My palms are sweaty. You've reached that stage of your life where a good half-hour snooze is wonderful. Yeah. I wish I could nap. I used to be able to nap wherever, whenever. I cannot do that anymore. Knees weak, mom's spaghetti, palms sweaty. So chill in comparison. Jokiest hooligans on the front page. Chill. Just chill down there in Australia. All right, let's refresh that feed, see if we've got anything else. No? A late night, I guess. All the fucking journalists went to bed. Can only do so much. Yeah, take care of yourself. Being aware of things you can't fix can only do so much good. It's very true. You got to bounce for the night. This environment is too stressful for me. Love you. Yeah. See ya later, Liz. You're a sucker for Irish accents, so you can go by lad last so long as you say it with some bro. You throw it in, but put some of that throw some of that blarney on it. Yeah, that's fair. "21 seconds ago. All right. Lebanon's own says attacks target stability in Middle East. Yeah, no shit. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun said in a statement that Israel's attacks on Iran do not only target the Iranian people, but also all international efforts exerted to maintain stability in the Middle East and neighboring countries and avoid escalation therein. He called for the international community to take effective and swift action to prevent Israel from achieving its goals." A bunch of nothing. A bunch of nothing updates. Netanyahu says, "We targeted the main uranium enrichment facility at Natanz. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program." Iranian MFA said that the U.S. will be held responsible as an accomplice. I feel like 30 minutes to an hour. If anything major kicks off, that'll be the time. That's what I'm thinking. Fetterman is calling to support Israel harder than Rubio. Rubio is very much holding his hand out, like pretty hard on this one. Kind of surprises me. Thank you for turning yourself off streamer mode. Discord again. Lad lass is underrated. Your friends group's favorite greeting for each other is right. What's happening, lads? Oh, and a strong Australian accent because we're all basically futched. It's super high femmes. I love that. Shmoo where? Shmoo hiding. Shmoo's feeling a little bit concerned about. Oh wait, where is Shmoo? Where is Shmoo? I thought Shmoo got summoned. Oh, I hid
Here
Shmoo.
comes the boy.
Okay. That was me. I hid Shmoo. There's a bug with Discord where it's not turning on streamer mode. You have to go in and turn it on every stream now. And it turns itself off for me, Tank. It keeps turning itself off. Came back. There's our Shmoo. He's going to keep us company during the dark times. What's the apocalypse on tap for tonight? Doc, it's we're I don't know, like I just need to not be staring at the screen alone, I guess. I just want to talk to people while I do it. You know? But it's pretty stressful. There's like probably 100 drones on the way. Are we getting nuked? We are not getting nuked. No. But there are 100 drones on the way to Israel now in retaliatory strike. 200 what was it? 200 fighters? Is that what they were saying? There were 200 fighters. Yeah, 200 fighter jets involved in the strikes against Iran. Can you say enshittification? I knew you could, yep. Shmoo was in the bomb shelter. Did you run to your fallout shelter? Probably not. Unless you are in Israel right now, in which case, yes, you probably should. I believe Huckabee is. Is Huckabee in Israel right now? That's too spicy, Astro. Yeah, Huckabee, can you give us an update? Huckabee, go stand on top of a building. Ay, caramba. What the fuck is Huckabee do? I guess it just goes to show that, like, I honestly think probably we were more surprised by this than U.S. officials are letting on. If Huckabee is actively in Tel Aviv right now, like, I don't know. That seems weird. Is he still there? Is Mike Huckabee in Israel? Oh, maybe. Well, no, maybe he's not. I thought, the last I heard, I thought he was there. Big mistake if so, yeah. We did pull out all non-essential personnel from the Iranian embassy, yeah. Well, we definitely knew something. Yeah, we've been pulling out non-military personnel from, like, Iraq, from Syria, from, like, all over the place for the past couple days. But still pretty short notice, I would say. We definitely knew something. But if they knew that Israel was going to launch an attack, if they knew the time frame, I suspect they had it wrong a little bit, and it happened probably earlier than they thought, I think. I think they probably thought that they wouldn't interfere with the talks that we were actively having, the negotiations we were actively having. Hence Rubio saying like, you know, Israel took unilateral action, you know? Did things die for a moment? Were we down for a second? Were you seeing all this? I'm just glued to the AP and the Blue Sky feed. Oh, we've got 2 new updates from AP. Israeli hospital in full emergency mode. Sure. It's releasing patients whose conditions permit canceling non-urgent operations, moving some departments to protected areas. Yeah. It was fine for you. Internet things have been fucky today. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what happened? That took like half the internet down. Does anybody know what actually happened? Somebody earlier said it might have been a cyber attack, but I haven't heard that. U.S. Embassy in Bahrain warns personnel to exercise increased caution. Yeah, no kidding. Limit non-essential travel around the country after Israel's early morning strikes on Iran. We recommend American citizens in Bahrain to do the same and stand by for further instructions as we assess the situation. I'd get the fuck out of Bahrain. It's fine for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We weren't? Okay. Who knows? Who knows? All right, let's play a little chess game and get our minds off it for a second until the next update happens. Just relieved that an old print from like a decade ago on Tumblr moved away from Iran to Prague at some point. That was a good move. That was a good move. I'd much rather be in Prague tonight. Google services going down and fucking everything up. Yeah. Yeah, it took down Twitch and apparently half the internet. Apparently. Holy shit! What the fuck, Bones? Bones too strong. Godly. 2 guesses? What the fuck? Nerf Bones. Yeah, please. Nerf Bones. That was officially impressive. Something went wrong. Please try again. I can't spawn a chest. It's still on cooldown. It's still on cooldown. Okay. Huh. Yeah, you gotta touch that grass, Bones.
MR_crackbody has donated to the war chest. Thank you
Hey.
for the 1 bits.
Thank you for the 1 bits, Mr. Crackbody. How you doing? Yeah, what have you missed? We're just waiting on more updates. See what happens. See what crosses the AP as it happens. There hasn't been anything. 30 minutes ago was the last time we heard any update, at least a bit of interest. Anyone got anything to say to us? Anyone in chat before we all get nuked for using Israel's collaborator? I don't think that's likely to happen. The Google outage fucked up work today too. Put the studio a day behind on deliveries. No shit. Really? Yeah, I have something to say. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Help Pepper. HP, you have the floor. I actually like almost all of you. That is all. Thank you. That means so much to me. All right, now it works again. Do I even need to buy a letter? Or is Bones just gonna no scope it instantly? I don't like a lot of people. Highest concentration of people you like are here. That is huge. Are we chat sitting today? We are chat sitting. We're sitting on the AP news feed, waiting to see what else comes down the pike after these strikes in Iran. Dislike most people and dislike most people on Twitch, but there are about 10 people in this chat I do like. And before you ask, no, you are not one of them. Ay, caramba. No. Before you ask, you are not one of them. Yeah, get bled. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh, who got it? Jeez Louise, Bones. Ruin. Potion of unstable lactation. Nice. Asking forfeits your ranking. You're immediately downgraded. Yep. Devs, can we please rebalance Bones? Yeah. You're out of the lollipops you stole from work. I'm so sorry. What kind of lollipops did you have from work? Is that me petting Tiefling Melissa? That's
and
cute.
dislike most people on Twitch, but there are about 10 people in this chat I do like. And before you ask, no, you are not one of them.
Watermelon and strawberry. Nice. Unstable lactation. Now they'll have all the milk they ever need to have strong bones. That's right. That's right. And you save so much on coffee creamer. How many words do you got in the cheat sheet now, Bones, right? Good evening. How is things? I guess a little bit tense. If anybody is not in the mood to just sit and watch the AP like news feed with me, I completely get it. Tonight's a weird one. I'm feeling, palms sweaty, and kind of glued to it. And I just kind of wanted folks to talk with while we watched it. So a little tense tonight, I guess. Wish you could glean any special insight from the ship tracker. Not really. Yeah. Yeah, not much we're gonna find there, I don't think. There's over 200 words on the list, but that's on the poo-poo laptop, which is not currently on. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we've got about 300, 600, 800 words in the list, I think. You're sorry to hear that. Yeah. It is what it is. I was all set to talk about Padilla getting like manhandled at the Homeland Security speech today. But then late night shit happened. And now we're waiting to see what the fuck happens when 100 fucking drones make their way over Iraq. You haven't added anything to the Cheating ages. Yeah. How was your day, Sandra? I hope you had an okay one. I had an okay one, all things considered. It was just kind of a hot day out there on the road. I was just vibing for the most part. Boner. Nice. 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 How juvenile. How puerile. We had that one last night. Nice. Do not approve, Astro. Do you think it juvenile? Your new foster cat is definitely an orange boy. He just actively tried to undomesticate himself. You work at a standing desk, and while you were grabbing water, he pulled down the MacBook charging cable. Oh no! Moved it around his neck and tried to walk away. What a silly. Yeah, that's orange cat behavior. Orange cat behavior. How long do you have this foster, do you think, Sarah Lane? Wasn't as hot as last week, but you weren't feeling at your best from some stuff that happened. I'm sorry. You had a rough one too. Yeah. Yeah, the weather here is okay right now. It's down to like 72 degrees, I guess. It was kind of stormy. Very thunderstormy by the time I got off work, and it's still kind of like off and on. You're an intellectual. Beneath you to laugh at dick jokes or scatological humor, really? BRB kitty time. Besitos to the kitties, please. You don't like potty humor? Is it beneath you? All right, refresh this feed. It's definitely not yet. Oh, Jesus. They just fucking put out a propaganda video showing their fucking F-15, F-16s, and F-35 fighter jets launching. For Christ's sake. 8 minutes ago? Six Iranian nuclear scientists confirmed dead. Likely. I don't know if that's confirmed. This person said it's confirmed, but confirmed by who? You heard dropping the kids off at the pool earlier. That's a euphemism for, that's the funniest thing you've heard in a long time. That is such a dad thing to say. Confirmed killed IRGC Chief General Hossein Salami, Chief of Staff General Mohammed Bagheri, IRGC Commander Ghulam Ali Rashid, ex-nuclear chief Faridun Abbasi Davani, laser isotopes expert Mohammed Taranchi. Damn. Dim bones again. Dim bones again. Trist. Nice. That's a hard one. That was a hard one. A tryst. It's like a secret meeting. It's, particularly between lovers. Roll in the hay. Roll in the hay. Yeah. Well, I guess while we're talking about unexpected news, Spaceballs 2, how's that? Some folks were saying that was That was how they figured out that Mel Brooks was still alive. I knew Mel Brooks was still alive because I would have I would have mourned the day of his passing. But yeah, oil prices are surging. Yeah, up 9%. Yeah. Oh, ludicrous. That's the news. Spaceballs 2 confirmed. Yeah. We would have heard the news. Yeah. Werewolves. Werewolf. Their castle. It must be Saudi Arabia. I reckon. And just general like uncertainty whenever there's like military action in the region for any reason. Oil prices surge, so totally predictable there. But yeah, Spaceballs 2 apparently. I hope it's good. Honestly, Mel Brooks makes banger after banger, but he's 99 fucking years old and he looks like Mr. Peanut now, so good time to get on green energy like solar, nuclear, and Oh. Oh. We got a new update over here. Turkish officials condemn Israeli attack, yeah. Something we don't know. Top Turkish official condemned Israel's strikes on Iran, described them as barbaric and unjustifiable aggression. Omer Selik, spokesman for Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's governing party, also maintained that the action was a diversion tactic aimed at shifting attention away from international criticism of its actions in Gaza. There can be no legitimacy or justification for the Israeli attack. This is barbaric aggression, Selik said on an X post. Jellick went on to accuse Israel of hostility towards diplomatic efforts, noting that the attack took place amid ongoing negotiations between the United States and Iran. That does seem odd.
Dembones CD wants you to drown your sorrows, your worship.
Thank you, thank you. Ugh. You saw someone cosplaying as Barf. I love that. So good. Yeah, apparently they're pulling Rick Moranis out of retirement. He hasn't been in a movie in like 15 years, maybe longer or something. Just kind of like retired, but he's like, I'll come back for Spaceballs too, though. Yeah. I guess may the Swartz be with you. He's raising his kids after his wife died, yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to change into my Fallout uniform. I guess I can be in my Fallout uniform too. It's a good uniform, but it's not what I meant to change into. Trying to find the right button to change back. How do I change back? Oh, it's control. Looks good on me. Thank you. Do you like it? I'm pretty proud of it. Keep it Fallout. Yeah, I suppose. Got that uranium fever. Why is it still playing the lightsaber noise? It'll stop eventually, right? I don't want to leave the jungle. No, 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 no. Some dude just socked him in the face in New York a couple years back. Why did they do that? Why is it still playing that? So Rick is a saint. He left showbiz to take care of his kids, which he's done with now. Good. Well, I'll welcome him back with open arms. Schmooze Saber. Why is it still playing the lightsaber noise? I need to find a way to stop that. Is it music? Stop music. Does it count as music? Okay, there we go. Got it. Yay. Had a hard shut off the lightsaber noise. It's just a random attack. The power cell should die eventually after a few hundred hours or so. Thank you. I see your Schwartz is
tap
his biggest
danking
eye.
Christ.
Indeed. Huh. US and UK warplanes scramble? Really? To intercept the drones, I assume. Is that confirmed? Yeah, it looks like US and UK warplanes have jets in the air to shoot down the drones. US, Israeli, and British fighter jets have reportedly started actively intercepting drones targeting Israel. I thought we were going to stay out of it. Guess not. Cool landing, thank you. I mean, I suppose not super surprising. You are very cool. You're very cool. Thank you for saying so. Strongest ally, stronger than Mexico, Canada, any of NATO. I'm wondering about that blackmail material that supposedly came out of those hacks. Is it blackmail material that Netanyahu has on US officials or what? Like that's my theory. Like to think I'm handling the news well, but I am cooking several days worth of food at 2 a.m. That's a pretty good way to handle it, tape player, honestly. More piss tapes. Release the piss tapes. No, I will not be watching them. Epstein apparently was a Mossad asset. Hmm? It could just be anti-Israel propaganda. Yeah, I haven't heard that one. I don't know. Who fucking knows? Meal prep is a top tier coping strategy. Honestly, that is a really good one. Like, and a good way to keep your hands busy. A good deal more productive than what I'm doing. It's honestly, I should have just canceled stream and gone and cooked a couple days worth of foods. So I applaud your decision. Wow, Bones, why did we both guess S? Where again are you seeing any of this? I'm just on the AP feed. AP News. You always guess SRL first because you know I'm gonna do A. Al Jazeera seems to be slow in the uptake. Everybody went home, Astro. I don't fucking get it. Why did all the fucking journalists go home? And seriously, the updates are coming so slow. We're calling it Operation Rising Lion, I guess. Deep time for Americans. I'd switch to Reuters maybe if AP is failing you. Good idea. See, talk to actual journalists when this shit happens, and they'll... Yeah, same shit. I guess there's somebody up late on the AP. I guess they got somebody up late. Oil soars more than 9%. Rattling investors. Yeah. Jeez Louise. Hardly the top news story, but I suppose it's still worth reporting on. Persons who thread you were following on Blue Sky finished with, looks like this is going to carry on through the night and for days to come. So I'm signing off for now, and that was 4 hours ago? See, it's about 10 a.m. in Tehran right now, and the rest of Europe is probably just waking up, so most folks are probably working to digest everything that happened while they went to sleep. Fair. That's fair. You've always wanted to be a furry when you earn enough. I don't think you do. Do you have to be a furry? Do you have to earn enough to be a furry? You think you could just start right now? It's about having a furry heart, I think. I think if your heart is furry, then you're a furry. Or scaly, for that matter. You could also be a scaly instead. You're super good with budgeting. Is that true? I've known a few furries who seem to spend an awful lot of their budget on, like, fursuits. But I mean, that's just a matter of having your priorities in order, I guess. Two minutes ago, India urges Israel and Iran to not escalate tensions. Indian Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randir Jaiswal on Friday urged both Israel and Iran to avoid any escalatory steps, saying India has close and friendly relations with the two nations. India, he added, urges dialogue and diplomacy and is closely monitoring the evolving situation, including reports related to attacks on nuclear sites. He said India stands ready to extend all possible support.
We are being raided by...
Oh my goodness, Hikari Sentinel coming in. Hello, Hikari. Welcome in, friends. Oh my goodness, there's a space buffoon in my mirror behind me. It has not updated yet. There's a space buffoon back there. Kicking down your door. Hi, Dionysus the wine guy. How you doing? Hi, Hikari. All possible support to hoops. It's an extremely vague statement. I don't know. What's that clown doing there? I don't know. The clown had infiltrated. How you doing, Hikari? It's good to see you. What are we all getting into tonight? You'll have to excuse the weird energy in here tonight. We're watching the AP wire like hawks tonight. Can't wait for the hour-long real-life lore video about how the two nations managed this. That's true. Welcome back, Dom. How you doing? 30 seconds ago, Jordan's army said Friday that its forces were on alert to confront any threat. Military official said all units were at the highest level of readiness and was closely monitoring the developments. Jordan's Minister of State Communications and Government spokesperson Dr. Mohammed Al-Momani said that the country will not allow its airspace to be violated and it will not be a battleground for any conflict. Fair enough. Your ears are ringing. Are you listening to loud music? Not in a way where you go on any forums about it or anything, or you're part of any group, but of the two, feel more lizard than bird. Did anybody ever play, what was it called? Furcadia? I had a Furcadia. I don't particularly identify as a furry, but I had a Furcadia. Have you considered feathers? Mm. There was full and complete coordination with the Americans, said an Israeli official to the Jerusalem Post 2 hours ago. It sure seems to stand in stark contrast to Marco Rubio, huh? And got you into Furcadia for a bit, but you found it too simplistic and limiting. It was pretty simplistic. I liked the art. I liked the art. You spent too long in a quiet car, got that howling ring in your ears from it. Too quiet, huh? We need more bat furries. Yeah. Yeah, I would love a depiction of Bonnie in like what was that white bat? The little pea pod, the little pea pod bats. You were vibing with some demos, tried cool ones like Unbeatable, a story rhythm game, and Absalom. Oh, somebody was saying something cool about Absalom the other day. Hikari, you like them? Really cool stuff? Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, there's some pretty exciting stuff in the demos. I love it. I love it. Absalom is on your list? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, who was telling us about playing Absalom the other? Maybe it was just maybe it was Zajori. Cool art, beat 'em up. I love that. Absalom hits a really good spot in the art and feel. Hell yes. Bunny Witch. Perfect. China urges its citizens in Iran and Israel to take precautions. Chinese embassy in Israel 1 minute ago warned its citizens on Friday to take safety measures, saying the Israeli strikes were significantly escalating the tensions. Chinese embassy in Iran cautioned citizens and companies based there to stay alert, as its citizens in Iran to avoid crowds in sensitive places. Citizens are advised to prepare for potential attacks involving missiles, rockets, drones, or other threats, and to take comprehensive safety measures, the Chinese embassy in Israel said. Yeah, fair. Central Tehran among targets hit by Israeli strikes. Yeah. Yeah. You got some kind of tinnitus. It's bad in quiet places. You were in a car and it wasn't running in a quiet area, so it was quiet on quiet. The tinnitus went off with its howling ring. Like when you're in a wind tunnel, it's making that sound, except it's more like a pressure in your ears without any actual audible sound. That sounds awful. Music tend to help. Having like a little bit of music on. Is it that kind of tinnitus where like background music is helpful? Any kind of sounds helps. You usually just go for music. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. MP for North Herefordshire posts Israel's attack on Iran is an incredibly dangerous escalation, not the way to tackle the growing Iranian nuclear threat. It's reckless, provocative, and risks full-scale war. UK must clearly condemn attack and use every lever possible to de-escalate. Fresh in from Herefordshire. Salutations, Techie. How you doing? How was your day? Kind of dash over to the kitchen. Yeah, whip up a quick sandwich. Yeah. You didn't forget to eat pre-stream. Yeah, go take care of yourself, Hikari. Thank you so much for coming by. Get that food in you. Whoa! Hi, Nanalia. How you doing? Eat while you can, yeah. It's been a day. How goes the stream so far? We're kind of just sort of monitoring stuff, Techie. I'll be real with you. The vibes might be a little bit weird tonight because we're just kind of watching the AP, just wondering what's happening. I was kind of thinking I might just cancel stream tonight, but I just kind of wanted to vibe with folks while I monitored the ongoing situation in Iran. Iran/Israel. So if that's like not where people are at tonight, you know, there's plenty of places to hang out that's more like chill. You heard about the Iran thing like in the last hour. Yeah. Yeah. Just watching the news, waiting for the nukes. We're not waiting for nukes tonight, I don't think that's where we're at yet. But it is really bad stuff, you know. Eating peacetime, you gain 15 pounds this year, treating it like reserves in case things go south. Yeah. We're monitoring for World War III to start. It is such a bad situation. It is such an unnecessary escalation, in my opinion. And in probably the majority of the world's opinion. That's a lot of smoke. Yeah, the pictures from Tehran is a lot of fucking smoke. Tired? How are you? I'm okay. I'm okay, Nanalia. How are you? Yeah, you're tired? Had a long day? There, your so far has been cursed with me. You live in interesting times. Like, yeah, interesting. Things blowing up here, abroad. You look away. If you can see the nuke, you're likely far enough away that it's survivable. Yeah. You want to be able to see to get to safety, right? Just for what exactly happened. So earlier tonight, about 200 Israeli fighter jets struck 4 major locations in Iran, multiple sites in Tehran. The Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz was hit. Black smoke seen across the city in Kermanshah and in Tabriz. Explosions reported around the city. So that's a big swath of Iran is basically what happened. And then I would say probably about an hour ago, Iran launched about 100 drones that are on their way over Iraq right now. Feels like you've been engaged on this since 0 hour because you were paying attention to the newsfeed right when the air raid warning went off in Jerusalem. Yeah. Yeah. Bulletin of Atomic Scientists must be having a very bad night. It is bad stuff, but just waiting to die. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Hey, Anna OFC. How you doing? Welcome to the YouTube. My lone YouTube boy over there. How you doing, Anna? Why are you so nervous if you don't think the US will be wiped off the map? No, I think we're going to get embroiled in I think we're going to get embroiled in military conflict is what I think is going to happen. Yeah, we got you. We got you. It's going to be conventional conflict. I agree. Yeah. No, and that's perfectly okay, Doc. I like that, but let me be the first to say, like, if this shit's stressing you out, go, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, like, in the grand scheme of things. It ain't that kind of thing. Go find a different place to like, you know, spend your night, and it's all right, you know. This is my goofy ass way of processing my own anxiety about unfolding military stuff that's happening, you know. What I am nervous about is the embroilment, you know. Does the US even have the staging to do a conflict in the Middle East right now? I mean, I would say we do. We've got the 5th Navy. Um, where's that? Yeah, the Navy's 5th Fleet is in Bahrain right now. Um, I don't know. I like full staging? Not really. Israel struck first, so it's on its own here. We know that that's not gonna be the way it goes, though, you know? For some fucking reason. First thing it did was nothing to do with us. That is, yeah, the US maybe isn't touching this with a 10-foot barge pole. The fact that Rubio came out, like, so strongly being like, nah, you know? If the US were a rational ally, they would be. Yeah. Unfortunately, death cult. Timeline man got it on the head, unfortunately. What was that white shit they dumped all over the ship? Wait, what are you talking about, HP? Do you stream on PC or a laptop? I stream on PC, Anna. Yeah, we can get people to a friendly spot. Toot sweet, I would say. Yeah. US government is too much of a vocal supporter to Israel to just let it stand on its own. And also, like, at the end of the day, when the chips are down, like, it is not like we can walk away from that investment, you know? Yeah, but it was odd that Rubio was like, "Don't strike our targets." We did not. We did not do this, but when the escalation comes, like, you know, the US is gonna, you know. We presented the American administration with evidence of Iran's breakthrough toward a nuclear bomb. There was full and complete coordination with the Americans, so says Israel, and they're very proud of our relationship. Yet Rubio was quick to be like, "Yeah, that is odd." UK is withdrawing diplomats. And that's probably the right move. Oh, the Greta age ship thing? White shit they dumped all over the ship. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. UK and US are scrambling jets to shoot down the drones. That's probably, I assume that's standard operating procedure for, like, air defense, you know? I assume. It would seem we were getting involved anyway. I think that was probably, like, long pre-done, you know? Hi, Cave Hill, how you doing? How long have you been playing this game? Anna, which game do you think I'm playing right now? Isfahan nuclear site not impacted. The IAEA says Iran's nuclear site in Isfahan has not been impacted by the Israeli attacks either. So the Bushehr nuclear plant was not targeted and the Isfahan nuclear site apparently not impacted. Okay. UAE calls for self-restraint and judgment. UAE on Friday condemned in the strongest terms Israeli strikes on Iran, urging diplomacy. Yeah, they're one of the Abraham Accords signatories. Title does say Elden Ring on YouTube side. Yeah, I don't know how to change that, Jaunty. Which is weird because I never set, like, when I start a YouTube stream, I never set a game. I just set the title. So, oh, does it still say like hot to rot with Space Buffoon and Chance Nezumi? Does it's all that still in the title? That's so weird. It's so weird because I changed it as I started this stream, but it apparently did not get changed. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't update. It's very odd. I don't know. Who knows? There's a way in YouTube chat to do it. I have no idea how. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah. The real YouTube poop is YouTube itself. Yeah. YouTube is just kind of poop. I love living in eventful times. Yeah. The fire hose. How you doing, Starcatcher Wolf? Bork. I'm too tired for the full Bork. Yeah. What other games do you play? Other games? Mostly Minecraft. A lot of Minecraft. You haven't streamed on YouTube in almost like 12 years? Did you used to stream, Bones? Off and on, generic type shit? Hot diggity damn. What do you know? You learn something new every day. Back when Bones was like 90. Jeez. Imagine people now, 50 years later, telling younger generations about surviving 2 to 3 recessions, a pandemic, and WW3. Yeah. Yeah, right. In the cave, as we're roasting our iguana. Arret said that Trump said we'd defend them if Iran had retaliated. Yeah. Looks like it's all moved to the YouTube studio thing. Yeah, it's all YouTube studio stuff. Yeah. Haven't found that anywhere but Haaretz. She was born in 1911. That's wild. Can I suggest you something? Hit me with it, Anna. As far as Israeli papers go, they're the least shit. Yeah, Haaretz is like the better option. I mean, they got sanctioned by Israel, so yeah, they're sort of the CNN of Israel. Yeah. Security source tells Reuters that Iran's supreme leader is still alive. Fair enough. That's the BBC to you in the UK. Ad break is finishing. Welcome back, friends.
Dembones CD wants you to sippy sip, Your Highness.
I'll thank you for the hydrate. Oh. I learned it in a dream. I saw it in a dream. I had such a silly dream last night while we're just waiting While we're just passing the time. I had such a silly dream last night. I was going about my day. And I was just doing my normal work route. And for some reason, I think it was because of a discussion we were having in chat last night. I think we were having an HRT discussion or something. Yeah, I was just going around my normal day, but for some reason in my dream, I had a really fat ass. Like like crazy. And like that was the sum total of the dream, was like a completely normal day at work, going about and just doing my stuff. But for some reason I had like a cartoonishly large butt. And that was my dream. Yeah, W. Yeah. Nothing odd happened at all, except that. Abu Ghazaleh had an interview in Haaretz 2 days ago. Okay. You can clap them cheeks. Yeah, it was so bizarre. Like there was nothing like nothing out of the ordinary whatsoever happened. It was my brain doing its absolute best and nailing it, just getting a totally normal work day. But the only thing that was different, you unironically love public broadcasting news show opening themes, that BBC Countdown, banger, absolute banger, absolute banger. Yeah. You're not wrong. You scratched your sclera. Oh, you're kind of bone for the next few days? That sucks ass. How did you manage that? I'm so sorry that happened to you. Hi, Kayhan. How you doing? It's good to see you. Is Hallam trans dream and it's weirding you out? Oh, yeah? We refer to her as a granddaughter of Nakba survivors, so hopefully her manner of calling out anti-Semitism on the left is the good kind. Yeah, one certainly hopes so. Is it your friend with a good joke? You asked him if he heard about Pluto. That's messed up. He said no, so I continued. Mickey gave him back to the pound. I see. I see. I see. I'm all caught up. I'm all caught up. That's a groaner, Azrael. That is a groaner. All right, we got another update 38 seconds ago. Israeli military says it has begun intercepting drones. And that's it. That's literally it. Okay. It's only headline, no text. We're done with work for the day finally. Oh, long day. Do you have a long day? I am sorry. Yeah, I had a long drive tonight too. Civilian aircraft is being evacuated from Ben Gurion Airport, according to Al Jazeera. And now the Israeli Air Force has begun shooting down the Iranian drones. I guess they're over Iraq right now, I would assume. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. I think you said an hour at 12:42 your time. Mm-hmm. You out of cooking twine, so your chicken is going in the oven unshabaried. Ah. The ancient Japanese art of bondage. Ushigi. So beautiful. Most of the Mad Lane activists have been deported, all but 2. Who are they holding on to right now? Do you know? Why don't you have a magic gravity ball? Ushiki. Magic juggling ball. Ushiki. I mean, I have this. It's close enough. In it? fucking love fushigi. I've got a fushigi on my desk right now. Worked on our exhibit with the lady who introduced Shibari to the ES. Apparently, she's cool. That's awesome. God, how long ago was it introduced to the US? Two Frenchies are still. Did she teach you any secret knots, right? Like the 80s? Yeah, it must have been at like the latest, the 80s, right? You had one of those contact juggling orbs. I'd keep saying crew jokes like, let me fondle my balls. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the jokes write themselves, Azrael. You should get one. Contact juggling. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we've talked about this before. How I was the kid who. So first, I had. So my first big gambit in Vampire Elementary School was eating weird things to make friends. And then later on, I figured that I would learn magic tricks. And that was the way I was going to make friends, was by impressing them with my my legerdemain, my sleight of hand. Um, and along the way, one of the many things that I decided would be cool, and probably get me lots of friends and very much impress people so that they would think that I was very cool and that they would want to be my friend, was to learn contact juggling. So I definitely had the fushigi in high school. I was never very good at it though. I never got good enough to pull the baddies, the fushigi girls, You know, if I had really mastered the contact juggling magic anti-gravity ball fushigi, I would have been pulling so much. Iran says strikes justify uranium enrichment missile programs. Like, how is there any other conclusion? How you doing, Skull Gun?
Marinara Menace has donated to the war chest. Thank you for the 100 bits.
History is, sadly, a circle. You instead chose to use your marked deck for card games in college. Card tricks be dead. We're playing poker, baby. Oh, you were a hustler. Yeah, a hustler. Gotten Jennifer Connelly. Oh, my first crush when I was a baby. And she was a baby. Because Jennifer Connelly, I think, only has a couple winters on me. Yeah, but I remember when I was teeny tiny and I saw Labyrinth. I had my first, I guess, simultaneous crush. No, my first crush was way before that. It was on Skeletor and Evil Lyn. I was really fascinated by the both of them, and I liked them both. But then later on, I definitely remember probably one of my first IRL crushes was Jennifer Connelly in Labyrinth, because I was also tiny. And also, of course, the Goblin King, Jareth. Yeah, it was both for you. Oh God, yeah. No, absolutely. Like, I'm having a lot of feelings watching this. I'm having a lot of feelings I'm having trouble making sense of when I'm watching this movie. And maybe it's the fact that the camera is pointed directly at David Bowie's like impressive bulge in like dead center of the camera. You ripped people off with gum and candy? How did you? Oh, were you overcharging them? Were you scalping Snickers bars? It is a very fine bulge, to be fair. To be fair. In those jodhpurs? Mm-hmm. Yes, please. I cosplayed as the Goblin King Jareth once, and I had my whole outfit put together. And I went to the wig store. I was trying to find like a good wig. And the lady was so nice. She was so kind. I was trying to like figure out what wig would work. And she was like, It was this I think it was a Korean lady. She was like, she was like her brow was furrowed, and she was like, "Who?" And I'm like, "Labyrinth." And she was like, "Labyrinth. Tina Turner." And I was like, "Tina Turner, yes." And we were so excited that we were like, yes, Tina Turner wig. So she gets then the Tina Turner wig down and like helps me trim it up. The peak moment. Give the bacon mints to folks. What the fuck? Keira Knightley and Bend It Like Beckham. Such a gay movie that confused the heck out of you until so much later. I don't know that I've ever actually watched Bend It Like Beckham. I don't know that I ever have. Maybe I should. Love this. Tina Turner. Tina Turner. Make mints were atrocious. They sound like they would taste like a dog treat. Yeah. Talk about childhood crush. Yeah. Yeah. The Goblin King, Jareth, and Jennifer Connelly at the same time. And I was a teeny tiny little baby bat. You never really had the luxury of feeling confused by your urges since you came out at 12. It's good. It's good. You didn't have to struggle with that. Okay, we got 2 new updates from the AP. Israel's military says it has begun intercepting Iranian drones. Earlier, the military said Iran had launched more than 100 drones at Israel in retaliation for strikes on Tehran and other cities. An Israeli official said the interceptions are taking place outside of Israeli territory, but did not elaborate, probably over Iraq. The official spoke on condition of anonymity pending a formal announcement. Okay. Israel's strikes appear to be the most significant attack Iran has faced since its 1980s war with Iraq, where Israel struck Iran's capital, the Kawthar residential complex, Sadadabad, Barmaneh, I don't know what those are, Chamran residential complex, Mahalati residential complex, Narmak, and the Revolutionary Guard Corps HQ. Yeah. Iranian drones tracked crossing Iraq's airspace 19 seconds ago. Yeah. 2 Iraqi security officials who spoke on condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the situation said that more than 100 drones launched from Iran towards Israel were tracked across Iraqi airspace. Residents of Iraq's Diyala province, which borders Iran, reported hearing the sound of aircraft explosion from strikes inside Iranian territory early Friday. Some later said they saw drones launched from Iran heading toward Israel. So yeah, like I said, over Iraq. The 2 female leads had actually so much chemistry for a silly movie about a girls playing soccer. Yeah. Like, damn, I'm such an ally at like 13. Yeah. Remember growing up so confused by crushes and emotions attached to them. Mm-hmm. Should they come out or lock them in the closet, right? Iranians are very scared and confused and angry right now. Understandably so, yeah. Shortly after, learned you fit under the era ace spectrum. Perfect. Surprise airstrike conducted by the Israeli Air Force in 81 was Operation Opera. Destroying that was the reactor strike, I think. Yeah, I think I still have it bad for Skeletor and Evelyn, to be fair. That one's just stuck with me. Israel reportedly planning for a longer battle that could take place over several weeks. What the fuck are they doing? What the fuck are they doing? Yeah, kind of same as now, but against Iraq. Yeah. 3 more updates. Looks like people are waking up. Just in, air raid sirens sound over Jordan's capital, Amman, as Iranian drone attack targets Israel. Air raid siren over Jordan's capital. Qatar says Israeli strikes violate international law 1 minute ago. Qatar, everybody's issued. It's just everybody. Everybody issuing their condemnations basically one at a time. Everybody big mad. Yep. Everybody big mad. Understandably. Israelis advised to prep. I would be taking so much fucking cover right now. Jesus Christ. Can't tell if they were playing the long game or going for a quick wipeout. Once I heard that they were targeting like Republican Guard HQ, I figured they were going for overnight regime change, honestly. But now I'm not sure. About a couple hours ago, Netanyahu said there was another wave of attacks coming later, like later tonight, but watch Australia say nothing until the US does. Yeah. I mean, I understand people moving in a block, I guess. Iran sending more missiles, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, the drones move slow. Drones are like they're UAV drones. They don't move fast. If Iran launches missiles, we're talking minutes, you know? Do we have any confirmed launches, Astro, that you saw? Oh, more drones, not missiles. Okay. If you're interested, you watch a streamer called Ray K and does deep coverage of Israeli news. Nice. Ow. Eyeballs. You probably said missiles 1,000 times today. I don't think you have. It's okay. Yeah, it's fucking scary. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me while I kind of like have my eyes glued to this stuff. Like, I know it's kind of stressful, but like I was just gonna be sitting here at home just like staring at the screen either way. And if you were gonna do the same thing too, at least we can like chat while we do it, you know? But if it's stressing you out, don't feel like you have to. You know? Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. This stuff is gonna unfold over the course of many, many hours and days. So more reassuring to be here learning about it than somewhere else. That's kind of how I feel. Like, at least I got folks to kind of like say it out loud to and like process it with, you know? If anything actually hits, that's when I'd be worried. Last time this happened in Iran, hit a few small bases with drone, maybe a missile or two, but everything's hit to Jerusalem was stopped. Yep. If they actually get a hit off, that's when I think it's time to really worry. I think you're 100% right about that. Stressful, but in a way necessary to keep tabs on what is happening. Yeah. When stuff like this is going on, that's my predisposition too. For some folks, it is probably best to just kind of like check in very periodically or not at all because they don't, if you don't have any ability to influence it, it can make you feel very panic attacky, you know. But I kind of that the way I deal with the anxiety is by monitoring, you know. Is that the best way? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Probably not, but you know, we're just doing our best. We're just doing our best. Samesies, yeah. Why is the trending tab so fucking useless on um on Blue Sky? This is the worst. This is the worst tab I've ever seen. Okay. Latest, please. ICE protests don't look extremely spicy on Woog's Twitch channel. It's pretty calm out there, I imagine. It's pretty damn late, like all around. We said no algorithm. Damn, you right. Fiddlesticks. They never seem extremely spicy when I tune in. No. Maybe earlier in the evening, maybe. Have they launched missiles yet? Nothing reported, no. It's mostly fighters scrambling to take down the drones right now. Yeah, that's good news if it means people aren't getting hurt. That's good. How are you doing today, Bonnie? I'm doing okay, Zyber. I'm doing okay. Oh, 4 seconds. Bum, bum, ba, bum. Hawk. The old Warhawks. Tua. You think people in Portland are playing music at the cops? Did you see the folks like chasing ICE agents out of hotels by just being super loud at them? Oh, that was very funny. By just being super obnoxious. HP wasn't here to say it, so you had to. I appreciate you taking up that mantle, Bones. It's huge. Folks in LA playing some drums, keeping people awake at night. It's bad for morale. Apparently, the National Guard haven't been paid, so. Did you see the axolotl with a megaphone? Axolotl is a very hard word to say. Axolotl with a megaphone. I did not. You've named them Hawk 1 and Tua. Come on. Playing on a pot of some kind. Protests should probably scatter in case the war breaks out. There's not a war on U.S. soil gonna break out, silly. You're not surprised we're on the cusp of World War III. Things are very tense right now over there. This is a very stupid and very avoidable escalation that's completely unnecessary. Israel acting completely out of turn. There was a guy in an inflatable axolotl suit in one of the marches, and yes, they had a megaphone. I would follow an axolotl. Well, except they're actually pretty fragile, I think, aren't they? Have you heard about the power struggle in China? What's going on in China right now? I understand. Yeah, I heard something like a month ago about one of Xi's like ministers going a little bit rogue. What's the power struggle? Proxy's trying to play with you if you don't think you have it in you. Everyone just wants you to be sad and scared. No, play with Proxy. Yeah, no, the people to be worried about right now are the people living in residential areas in Israel and in Iran, you know? Just the like folks just trying to live their fucking lives. If you're ever curious about whose side to be on, just be on the side of the people. Xi Jinping got heart attack? Wait, really? Haven't heard anything about that. They must keep that on lockdown, huh? She survived the heart attack? I didn't hear anything about it. Just had to open Kick for the first time in your life. Just wanted a better idea of what they're up to in Portland. Oh, is somebody streaming on Kick? Streaming the protests? She survived it. Interesting. Also, Iraq planes and drones getting shot out of the sky gotta land somewhere. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Talked about it for 12 hours and then gone because of the censorship. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, do we have any news on the folks that broke down the wall? Let's check in on that news, I guess. At least 4 migrants unaccounted for after riot breaks out at New Jersey. After the wall was torn down. Somebody fucking Ricky-o'd the wall right down. From Delaney Hall Detention Facility in Newark. Gorbachev is alive and well. He tore that wall down. Kick's parent company keeps putting up really attractive job offers on LinkedIn in Australia. Not for you, but it's taken a few people you know, and it's not good vibes. So what is Kick's parent company? Pizza Hut man still alive? I don't believe so. No, I don't believe so. Jordanian state media says the country's air force is intercepting missiles and drones in its airspace. So Jordan is also scrambling? Interesting. Okay. So that's what they were saying earlier, right? Where Jordan was like, nah, not over our airspace. That was what the state communications and government spokesperson, Dr. Mohammed Al-Mamani, said earlier would not allow its airspace to be violated, and it will not be a battleground for any conflict. So they're shooting down drones too. That's interesting. I guess if I knew more intimately the details of like Israel Jordanian relations, which I only have a passing familiarity with, that would make more sense to me, I'm sure. About the same as every other country there. Yeah, I figure. Easy Go Entertainment, HQ'd in Melbourne, Australia, own Kick. They also run the very shady stake online casino. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. You are biracial and racially ambiguous, like light brown enough to have been mistaken for Latina. Carry your birth certificate in your wallet now. Better safe than sorry, I reckon so. They fought sometime. Someone lost one time, someone won the other. Now it's a tense piece. You got a brownie from the center. And not so much better news. It's so sweet. You're getting sick. You have any milk? You have any milk? No, you only have chocolate milk, right? That's not gonna work. You have milk. You just usually mix chocolate into it. You're out of mix right now, so it's just milk. Oh, well, there you go. No problem. I had never actually thought about the fact that Israel had never signed the non-proliferation treaty. Girl dinner right there. No, it's sweet, sweet. Milk ain't helping. More milk. More milk. You hate edge brownies? Azriel, what the? That's madness what you just said. Edge brownies and edge lasagna are the superior. Sprinkle some fine salt on it, maybe. Yeah. Okay, that's not an update. UK Starmer voices concern on strikes, yeah. Keir Starmer said he was concerned about the strikes and was working with Mideast partners to de-escalate the situation. We urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Escalation serves no one in the region. Now is the time for restraint, calm, and a return to diplomacy. Well, thank you, Keir Starmer. What a platitude. You hate corner brownies? Too much harder crust? Oh, edge is okay, but center is the best. All right, I see. Yeah, well, I'm willing to meet you in the middle then. France says she wasn't warned about strikes on Iran. Abu Dhabi airport says to expect disruptions to commercial flights. Yeah. Yeah, there ain't flights happening at all in the region for like the next couple days, I reckon. You like a border brownie? I like the save the corners for me. But my lord reaction, the flavor. The flavor.
Dembones ZD wants you to drown your sorrows, your worship.
You just want that ooey gooey chocolate. You want the ooey goos. I want the crunch. I want the crunch. They have an all edge brownie pan. Oops, all edging. Yes, please. Yes. Okay, let me go real quick. Let me go grab a now that I'm done with my monster, let me go grab a seltzer real quick. Sounds like your night. That's between you and God, Azrael. Oof. I'll be right back. Don't panic. I'm back. I missed you so much. I'm back. You know what's bonkers? You bought a piece of red velvet cake from Kroger the other day. It was delicious, but when you were about 3/4 of the way through, you started to feel a bit not good. There was poison in your blood. You hope you're not too old to eat it now? Oh, catches up with you after a certain point. Are you taking care of yourself? I just got a seltzer, squirrels. I just got a seltzer. It's a peach seltzer. Kroger brand. Peach seltzer water. What are y'all drinking tonight? I did. I made a run for the pisser and then I grabbed some seltzer. Peach baby. That's right. Repping that Georgia flavor. Milk and water. It'll be your birthday soon, and like you would love to go for a nasty typical birthday cake, but what if it just makes you feel like you're speedrunning diabetes? That's true. Maybe. Water, maybe a beer. Yeah. You might have to go for something slightly less sweet. No. Different bottles. You're two-fisting the water and the milk. Water with ice, keep it hydrated as healthily as you can. Good. Chai with milk and a lemon lime sparkling water on the side. That sounds delightful, Rig. I do love a chai. You got some water? Good. We're all taking care of ourselves pretty well then. It's your birthday on the 24th? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, another Cancer. Treating yourself to a Yush aloe vera drink. Does that not make you, like, expel your intestines? You got grape flavored milk? Chloe, what the fuck? That's fucked up. Grape flavored milk? Huh? Really? It's popular in Asia? I've never heard of it. Huh. Yeah, fair enough. Grape and apple flavored milk. I might fuck with apple flavored milk. Not grape though. I don't think I'd fuck with that. Strawberry, sure. Banana. Yeah. I don't know about grape. Apple, maybe. Gilks? Who got their gilks out? What you talking about? Grape milk. The gilk. Guy I'd like to kick. You drink Yush and have never pooped as a direct result. Really? I thought that was what it was for, Sarah Lane. I thought it was for getting your bowels moving. You transition, and now you only powder your nose in the bathroom. You know, fair. You're right. Of course. Of course. Thank you for the look, squirrels. Maybe you just have IBS, Bonnie. Oh, I absolutely do. Oh, I absolutely do. Oh, 100%. IBS and lactose intolerant, for sure. But in deep denial. Not so much as a tinkle or a splish. Yeah. The Wombo combo. It's rough, Rig. Cheese is worth the pain. I keep going back. You can't stop me. I do have deep regrets about the Domino's I had for dinner tonight, speaking of lactose intolerance. I had pepperoni jalapeno Domino's, and it was too salty. I don't think I'll get that combo again from Domino's. There are some cheese you can eat, though. Yeah, I think, isn't it the harder cheeses Have less lactose or something. You love Meiji snacks? You'll have to try and get your friends to bring some back. Hell yeah. Israel said, according to the Telegraph, that Iran could have built 15 nuclear bombs within days. Is their claim? Source, trust me. Things like Parmesan have less lactose. Yeah. Yeah, things like Parmesan don't fuck me up nearly so bad. It was revealed to me in a dream, right? U.S. told Israel it would not provide offensive support for Iran's strike, according to the Times of Israel. So defensive support, sure, as we are currently doing, clearly. Let's play a chess game while we wait for another update. Hey, look at that. Well, begun is half done. Oh, a Thai exclusive Meiji snack? Ooh. The apple and grape flavored milk. Interesting. I like apple soda. You ever had a Posta Bon? I think it's a Mexican soda. I love Posta Bon. I don't understand. We don't have a single apple soda in the United States, and that's really sad. Manzanita del Sol. Oh, that sounds nice. Manzanita Sol. We don't have those in the US. If you have Jones soda, oh, you're right. We do have the green apple Jones soda. You bought them once? Well, no, I'm sure if you go to the right store, I'm sure you can. I mean, you can find Posta Bon if you go to the right store. I mean, oh, your local Taco Bell has it? No way, really? You got a good Taco Bell. Damn. Chiaki won the Taco Bell lottery.
Your Majesty. We are being raided by Katana-chan.
Hi, Katana-chan. Welcome in, friends. Hello, Raiders. We have Eve Apple Soda. I've never heard of that one. You haven't had a Jones soda in ages? Green Apple Jones? I don't like the green apple. I like the Posta Bon because it tastes less sour. Hi, Kitty Cat. How you doing? There's my Katana-chan. Hello, friends. Hello, Raiders. What are we all getting into tonight? Okay, I gotta look down to get Kitty Cat in the mirror. You want to try the cane sugar peach soda in the soda aisle with all the other cane sugar ones? Yeah. You've never had in Mexico? The texture is different. It's nice. McFuddy Pepper Elixir. Tell me about that, Rig. You played Overwatch with Claudia, Corey, and Rez. Did you get some dubs, Kitty Cat? I'm sure you did. Because y'all are pros. Y'all the Overwatch crew. It's good to see you, friends. It's good to see you. Hate how thick and syrupy, full of sugar American sodas are. The fucking high fructose corn syrup is like very thick. You're right. Fair, DJ Magnus. Fair. You got one play of the game. I got it. Play of the game. Hell yeah. Nice. And Fuddy is like double carbonated Dr. Pepper, double penetration, with 4 times the pepper taste. Whoa! Enough black pepper taste where you can feel a slight heat and the floral note. Interesting. It was fairy. You missed it. It was fairy. Remember when us and Champs were trying to convince Spuffy that corn syrup is not how you make Southern iced tea? The globulus. The globulus. Yeah. I hope y'all had a really good time. We're kind of sitting here watching the news tonight and chatting. We're kind of just doing it, just chatting, trying to de-stress while we actively stress ourselves out by watching the news. But if you want to be here, just know that we're going to be watching the AP news tonight. The news is scary. Yeah. And if it's not where you're at, emotionally or mentally speaking tonight, don't worry. We can hang out another time. If it is likely to stress you out. But that's I was gonna be stressing myself out anyway, so I figured I'd do it with friends. News with Bonnie. You're zinned out, not stressing. Honestly, I'm zinned out because I get to talk to my friends. Yeah, current start being used for Southern iced tea. No, it's not. It's not. But Space Buffoon sort of did have a strange conception that Southern iced tea is made with something they refer to as a globulus of sugar. You got to go eat dinner because you can't really handle more stress. Completely understandable, kitty cat. What are you getting for dinner, though? We're just talking about sodas right now, to be fair, while we wait for another update from the AP. Mapo tofu. I love mapo tofu. That's so good. Hell yes. As long as it doesn't have the peppercorns in it. I can't handle the peppercorns. I've had mapo tofu that has the Szechuan peppercorns. And unfortunately, I can't handle those. They make my tongue feel like it's going to turn inside out. Yours does because you love heat. I love heat. I don't like numb. I don't like numb. Mapo tofu, tofu only. Yeah, yeah. You get that vegetarian kind. The heat is good. Heat is good. It's the tingly, numbing. No, I can't handle them. That's why I can't do Laogan Ma, which is sad because I want to do Laogan Ma, but I can't. The numb sensation drives me insane. I feel like I'm at the dentist. There is such a thing as too much nummy spicy, and you met it the other day. It's possible. It's possible. It can happen. It's possible that you've just used too much Laogan Ma. That's possible. That's possible. But when I go eat at the Szechuan place, I just avoid things that have the Szechuan peppercorns. Because when I get them at a restaurant that specializes in Szechuan food, it's way too much for me. If you just use less or use it in the right dish, that's possible. I might like it if I used like half what it calls for, maybe. That's quite possible. Okay. Still nothing new as of 16 minutes ago on the AP. Where'd Reuters go? What you got for us? Anything? Nope. If you like chili crisp and hot food, try putting the chili crisp into Bulldog Fire Ramen. Not gonna stop spreading it. Amazing. I'll skip it. Might have developed an aversion to the peppercorns based on using too much. It's quite possible. Yeah. You love yeah, yeah. No, that's one that I have to like the word bureaucracy. I have to just look it up every time. Katana Chen. Checking in on y'all. How's it going? It's good. We were just talking about sodas. What weird sodas we wish were around more as we wait for journalists to wake up. How you doing, Liz? What are y'all getting into tonight? You watching anything? You gotta go. Sorry to run away. Not at all, kitty cat. Thank you so much for coming by. Is baking soda good? I didn't like it. The taste was fine, Chloe, but it smelled like fish sauce, which I like fish sauce, but it's not. I don't like to drink fish sauce in soda form. It smelled like feet, you know? You have nothing going on, and it's possibly going to drive you insane. Loop hero. When in doubt, loop hero. You want more fruit sodas in general? You found a watermelon soda and just made you realize you've never seen one before. Isn't that weird? Like, why don't we have more variety? Like, we just have cola and whatever the fuck Mountain Dew is supposed to taste like. I guess lemon? What is Mountain Dew exactly supposed to taste like? It's like a tropical fruity kind of thing. May not be a night that counts towards your partner push button. You always scared away a lot of folks. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. Radiator fluid, yeah. It's considered a lime soda for some reason, though it doesn't really taste like lime at all. I don't know what its like intended flavor. Mixed berries soda? Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Baja Blast is lime. Is it not berry lime or something? I feel like I taste berry in Baja Blast. You've had Mellow Yellow. Yeah. Calpius. Wait, that sounds so familiar. Calpius. That is the Japanese non-carbonated soft drink manufactured by Calpis. Light, somewhat milky, slightly acidic flavor similar to plain or vanilla flavored yogurt. I would love that. If it tastes like yogurt, I love kefir. So carbonated kefir. I think Mellow Yellow is closer to the flavor that Mountain Dew is supposed to be. Yeah. Now I feel ya. Yeah. See, I always had the theory that Dr. Pepper was supposed to taste like prunes. What's the yogurt soda? Calpis. Calpis. Pronounced Calpis. Generic citrus flavor is what Mountain Dew is considered. You know, honestly, oh my goodness, homozygote coming
We
in.
are being rated by homozygote.
Get vaxxed ASAP. Preach it, Retoriku. Hi, Rudran. Hi, Xenos.
Has joined the army
Xenos
of
Breed.
Ball Yet.
Hi, Days Nova. Welcome in, friends. Get vaxxed ASAP. It's good
A new
advice.
recruit has joined the army of Ball Yet.
If you can, and you can probably, then you should. Hi, Avocado. How you doing? Welcome in, friends. What were y'all getting into tonight? Skeleton War. Welcome in. Hi, Dreki Ormur. Thank you so much for the follow. And thank you for the follow, Rudran. Hi, Haro Riley. How to get your titer test thing? Yeah. You can get a titer test, right? To like check if your vaccine is still good. Is that the idea of getting a titer test? Okay. Can you get those at CVS? They fired the committee that decides what vaccines go on the schedule, and Harfke said they're gonna investigate all vaccines. What a son of a bitch. What a son of a bitch. Calpis translation is very funny in English. Yeah, I imagine. We've been fucking eyes glued. Oh my goodness.
We are being rated by Energized Blast.
Welcome in, Energized Blast. Thank you so much for joining us, friends. They restaffed the community with 8 of the worst anti-vaxxers alive. Heard that. Fucking hate that. Ravenous Zombo's here to take your runes. Hi, EB. Welcome back, EB. Ooh, let me tilt my camera again. Usually a doctor has to do this. Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
The hype train has begun.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Buy war bonds.
Buy war bonds. The tonal dissonance is strong right now. I guess we're getting in the hot tub. I guess we're doing a hot tub stream while we watch the AP. I have to admit, that is tonally maybe a little bit off, but it is what it is. Thank you so much, Anon. I really appreciate that. The man saved by a polio vaccine as a kid is the one leading the charge to stop those. Should have gotten a vaccine against brainworms. Yeah, for real. You love this outfit? Thank you. Yeah. It's shiny. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. So with the advice of get vaxxed as soon as possible, what is the best way to make sure if you go into a random pharmacy and you say, I would like my COVID vaccine, is there anything in particular that is like the best maneuver? If somebody is like, well, it's not suggested for you, or you are not in a high priority group. It does make sense. See if I can find a clinic that offers them. No, you need a real GP. You're traveling to every country on earth. Please give me all the shots. Please. Thank you. Yes. That's smart. Yeah. I have a trip scheduled. Yo, CVS, Grandma Moderna. Yeah. Say you're high risk, which is a big list, which includes things like depression and smoker, current former. Perfect. The full list is huge. That was my understanding, is that the full list is actually pretty huge. So that is good. You can also say you live with someone high risk. Yeah. You recommend shooting blood out of your eyes in self-defense, if at all possible. Yeah. Oh, you got the list? Nice. All right. I'll try to track that down. Let's see. Oops. List. Underlying conditions. Is that the one? Want to be armed with info and figure out if you're high risk. Here's the one, the CDC Gov underlying conditions one. I think it's that one. Buy a weed vape and take a big hit right in front of them if they ask. I like that. Yeah. Razzle dazzle them. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Homo Psycho. I appreciate it. Oh, anonymous scripter. Thank you. You can't fathom a random bloke in a pharmacy need anything more than this, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I think, hopefully. Yeah. Huge. Thank you so much, friends, for supporting. Wait, why didn't that make blood come down? Supposed to get blood per sub. Oh my goodness. Holy moly.
Rates.
Thank you, Liz.
The hype train is now at level 4. Choo choo.
Choo choo. That puts us well over our goal. Thank you so much. Y'all are so kind. We're at the community goal, and there's a day left for 35% off. That's huge. Thank you. Big issue is measles, pertussis are returning, so make sure you've had at least 2 MMR and get a Tdap every 10 years. Those might go away too. Yeah. I need to look up when the last time I got all those. It's probably on towards 10 years for me. That's a good call. Tdap you're in need of? Yeah. I got all of those things like re-upped when I was working with kids. But it's been a hot minute. You could be the next typhoid Mary. I don't think there's going to be any lack of them, unfortunately. Why is that so delayed? Okay. Thank you. You got it again in 2023. Good thinking. You don't think you've been vaccinated for anything other than COVID in probably 20 years? Probably a good time, just in case. Just in case, apparently, since they're apparently investigating all vaccines. So anyway, friends, we've been monitoring the Iran-Israel stuff. Apparently, there's 100 drones on the way flying over Iraqi airspace right now. So that's what we're currently just waiting on updates from. Jordan is scrambling fighters. UK and US and Israeli fighters are also shooting down the drones right now. That's our current update, basically. 100 drones from Iran to Israel. Yep, 100 drones on the way. Who knows what the current number is, because Jordan's been shooting them down over Jordan, apparently. And then in Iraqi airspace, apparently there's Israeli, UK, and US fighters scrambling. Supposedly. That's the last we heard. Everything else has just been every country on Earth saying, what the fuck were you thinking? Why are you doing that? So. Stop the ride, please. I want to get off. Yeah. Investigate whoever the fuck decided it was a good idea to scrap the plans for a new bird flu shot. Seriously. Double check and re-up accordingly, but thankfully your parents made sure your brother and you got your vaccines and whatnot when we were small. Better than nothing for sure. The wildly unnecessary escalation to keep Netanyahu in power. It sure is. Yeah. Entirely avoidable situation. Very funny to see Marco Rubio being like, we didn't do it. We had nothing to do with this. While Israeli brass is like, yeah, the US helped us. So a lot of not sure who to take at their word there. Said man in hot dog suit. Yeah. Oh, you mean the arms sales that we've been doing for basically the entire time? Okay, sure. Also usually does even more insane stuff than usual whenever people are distracted by something else. In this case, the LA protests, I guess, yeah. I guess it was time to strike while the iron was hot, I suppose. Yeah, they've been issuing all kinds of like gibberish statements about like Iran could have made 15 nuclear bombs within days. Like, source. Trust me. Their Congress has been begging to bomb Iran for decades. True. Yeah. I in that regard, weirdly, I guess Trump is sort of an outlier because he legitimately seems kind of like, I was talking to them. I was trying to make a deal with these guys, you know? So, best case scenario, put in prison. I can think of an even better one. But yeah, that's the optimist in me, though. Yeah. Everyone but Marjorie Taylor Greene. For once, she had a good take. Who gives a shit? We've known they were developing a nuke for 2 decades. Let's sit this one out. Yeah, worst person I know. Delete your comment. That's too spicy. Sorry. Wait, what did I say? The message has been transmitted. I can't delete it. More countries having nukes is bad, but I feel like in a world where America, Russia, Israel, and North Korea all have nukes, there aren't many less trustworthy parties. It's entirely understandable by...
is complete at level 4. Her Majesty thanks you for your incredible generosity.
I can think of a better one. I was just saying I can think of a better one. I was being very vague about that. All damage emote. Choo choo. Thank you so much, friends, for that extremely generous. Taylor, COVID came from Iran and not China. She'll reverse course immediately. So abominable. You're not wrong. All right, let's see. Let's check. It's been a second since we've checked the AP wire. See what we got. 3 updates. 6 minutes ago, Israeli military says widespread attack on Iranian air defenses complete. Okay. Israeli military says it has completed a widespread attack on air defenses in western Iran. It said Friday that it destroyed dozens of radar installations and surface-to-air missile launchers. It says it's complete. And then the only other thing is flights canceled, delayed, and redirected as Iran-Israel tensions flare. No shit. Major international carriers, including Emirates, Etihad, Qatar Airways, Air India, Lufthansa, have canceled, delayed, and redirected flights. Yep. Okay. It's entirely not surprising. Syria has not announced a total closure of its airspace. It's closely monitoring the situation. All right. So, nothing all that much. Is this just a cursed week or something? It's a bit of a cursed week, hey Spawn. Has the world been crazy today? It has. Yeah. Cursed decade. Yeah. I'm from Georgia. I don't claim her. Yeah. No, we do not claim her. You hope you have your law license by the time our version of the Nuremberg trials come around. Working that would be peak career goals for you. Inshallah. The big problem with nukes is that what should have stopped warfare entirely because of fear of causing someone to let loose some flyers has instead made it so that wars are just stupider. Proxy wars that take forever, never getting towards who you actually want to fight, just kind of tweaking their nose. That's true. You haven't heard anyone mention during all this how maybe Iran wouldn't be so despotic and dangerous today if American Britain didn't overthrow a democratically elected leader in the 50s. Because an oil company told them so. Days Nova. You got it. All right, let's spawn a chest.
Your Majesty. We are being raided by Inaries _.
Ionaries. Really sucks for the random citizens who had nothing to do with any of this on either side. That's if you ever wonder who you're supposed to be rooting for, root for the people who are just trying to get their kids to fucking school, you know? Ionaries, how you doing? What we all getting into? Oh, in ad gel. Sorry. Alas. Normal people deserve the love, not elites. Exactly right. You know, people are often like, wait, who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? They're all fucking bad guys. They're all liars and murderers. You know, the elites are the ones that are just, you know, the politicians are all liars and murderers. So on orbital lasers. No, I believe that. I believe that. What does Jacob Geller have to say on orbital lasers? You're out of ad jail. Welcome back. Thank you so much for coming by in Aries. What were you getting into tonight? The folks pulling the strings, the folks in the halls of power, all the villains, and it's the little folks that always eat the worst of it. Hi, Chichin, how you doing tonight? Half the video is just on how absolutely insane Ronald Reagan's presidency was. Yeah. Yeah, no, I believe it. 1,000 points of light. It was Pirate Week, so charity fundraiser and playing Void Crew. Nice. Nice. How did it go? Seeing a lot of Hitlerian tactics in what Hitler Israel is doing right now. It's bad news bears. It's bad news bears, and it's a lot of pretending that a unprovoked strike was a defensive maneuver that had to be done to protect ourselves. You know? I don't think anybody's falling for it. The game was fine. Many a death, finally beat a boss with a squad. Made 20 more USD for the charity goal. Hell yes. Nicely done. I like to think often of Castro. He asked how he felt about Americans. He was like, yeah, solidarity with the American people, but I have no love for the American government. Exactly right. Oops. Relevant to this conversation, he talks about the Hammer of Dawn in Gears of War. The politicians go on and on about how it's supposed to end wars. The soldiers who actually get a hold of it say this is the weapon that wins the war, not ends them, wins them. Do you know how WW2 started? They invaded Poland. The answer was Node. Node. Nukes don't even keep nuclear powers from going to war with each other. Yeah, like India and Pakistan. It's just... Good evening, Bonnicula. How was your day? Hi, Will of the Gamer Fan. How you doing? It was okay. Thunderstormy and warm and a long drive. And then all of a sudden when I got home as I was preparing to stream, fucking Israel strikes Iran, which kind of took over my whole mind.
Some water, Queenie.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. Gears 5, you spend the first third of the game seeing the absolute devastation the Hammer of Dawn has caused, how little it has done to prevent violence, and then you spend the second third of the game trying to get it operational again. Oh, fuck. It's fucked up. Germany opening fire on Poland, then Hitler sends out a message starting 5:45. There has been return fire, and was said return fire, meaning Germany shooting back. Yep. So it goes. So this preemptive strike, being a defensive one, against the ostensible threat posed by a trust me bro account of Iran being able to make 15 nuclear bombs within days, according to Israeli officials. His takeaway is roughly wars don't justify weapons, weapons justify wars. Inventing a new thing that will stop wars just gives us a reason to engage in more. Damn, it's a brutal video even for Geller. Geller does hit points hard. For sure. That sounds like a good one. I actually haven't watched that one. I should. It sounds timely. Is Space Lasers anyone played WWZ? I haven't. Are there space lasers in World War Z? Wait, in what game, Azrael? Is that in WWZ? That is bizarre. What a bizarre reference or joke to make. He talks about how if Reagan had a thing that prevented all nukes, would that stop America from attacking Russia or give us justification for doing so because we'd still feel safe from retaliation? Yeah, which we're talking about doing again with the Golden Dome. It's the Star Wars defense system all over again. Back again. That's World War Z. That's so bizarre.
Love freely, babe.
Love freely, babe. That's right. Happy Pride, baby. Your day's been good for the past couple of days. You've been playing Catherine Full Body. The game feels very fitting during Pride Month. Happy Pride to you. Will of the Gamer Fan. Happy Pride.
Your Majesty. We are being raided by Belchy Goblin.
Belchy Goblin, welcome in, friends. Hello, Raiders. He absolutely would have attacked. I would think so. Hi, Burial Live. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, Belchy Goblin. Oh, let me drop that follow on you, friend. How are you doing? Oh, I think I also got to give a... Wait, we missed... Might not have gotten a shout out to Energized Blast. Because I think EB might have still been on cooldown. But hello, friends. Yeah, how are you doing? What were you getting into tonight? Didn't we already know by then that we likely had the upper hand in conventional war against the Soviets? I don't know. In conventional war against the Soviets? Maybe. First of all, in this clip, the Castro clip where he's talking about, like, I love the American people. I love the American people's spirit. I just don't like their government. We just played some Comfy Project Zomboid. Comfy Project Zomboid. Nice. How many days in are you or what have you? I've never played Zomboid, but I think I played Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, which is kind of like Project Zomboid. You can't, yeah, I can't summarize a 40-minute Geller video into a Twitch message, but you did a pretty good job, I think. As good a job as one can. American USA propaganda has been making Soviet commies the greatest evil for ever since the 20s. True. True. Probably close to 1 month. This character, you play it so much. Hell yeah. So you're like a seasoned survivor. Nice. Nice. What's your trick? How do you live so long in the face of an indomitable horde of the undead? The idea of lying about space lasers was supposed to be a bargaining chip to make them not want to fight us, but in the end, we made concessions to Russia in exchange for allowing us to continue building space lasers that didn't exist. Right. Make a farm in the woods, you know? Just like in real life. I think that's pretty good advice right now, honestly. I can think of worse ideas. Oh, head pats for rhyme, yeah. I promise they're happening. I promise. There, you can see. Yay. Ooh, this angle is weird. Have you played World in Conflict? I have not. Woo! You feel them. Good. Trust me. They're happening. Just living your dream in games. Yeah, right? Let me buy a letter for y'all real quick. Since you're struggling, you're 160 seconds in. Or you have 160 seconds left and there's still no guesses. There you go. Geller quotes Gorbachev saying something like, Mr. President, if you feel like you have a system you want to deploy, you go right ahead. And then he says, let's talk about something else. Let's move on. Very funny. The game has Project Star Wars in it? Really? World in Conflict does? Huh. Yeah, I can think of a few things I'd like more than a little cottage in the woods with good internet. I guess in a zomboid situation, you ain't getting good internet anyway. Unless maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll run our own off little mesh-tastic devices. Gorbachev did not care. Saw right through it, I guess. Wasn't following for the take a castle with emote. That's true. Yeah, wasn't falling for the movie stars razzle dazzle, was he? Lots of books. That's true. That's true. That's very much like the internet. Oh, nice. Good job, Chichin. Good job. You got the Pegasus bisector. Logged off for the day. That's fair. And that gave Star Wars a failure and they nuke Fort Teller to keep the lie alive. Oh, interesting. Your first win. Good job. You got it. Let's do one more. We've earned another treasure chest. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, it's 4 here. Getting on the late side. So here's a question. Hit me with it. 4 a.m. warning. Ooh, 2 E's. Well begun is half done. Since castles are designed for invasion defense. Okay. Now you're in hard mode, nightmare difficulty. Would that mean castles are better in a zombie apocalypse than modern structures? As long as nobody's throwing a zombie corpse over your wall, I think so. You got to make sure you've got a water source inside your castle. You know, make sure you got a good well. That's the thing. Nobody goes in and nobody goes out. With moats, drawbridges, and basic defenses, the trick, you got to make sure you can get your water and your food through highly controlled, like, corridors where you can just check somebody, strip search them, make sure they weren't bitten, you know? The cast is holed up in a high security prison, which seemed like a very good idea. Until, inevitably, castles do that. Well, we're gonna start once the zombie invasion starts. This is a clothing not an option castle, so we can make sure nobody got bit. Del Hollywood plot, yeah, as it always does. Hearing the news about Iran has made you disappointed but not surprised. Unfortunately not. I mean, it's like a little bit surprising, but it's... We also kind of saw it coming for a couple days. Castles last longer than prisons. That's true. That's true. Ooh, nice. Potion of very cool hair. Ooh, good job, Base Spawn. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What you gonna do with that hair? Yeah, unfortunately, it's not as surprising as it is just flatly disappointing. I kind of agree with you, Kapapa. Kappa Appa. I mean. Hi, how you doing? So no surprise with any events that have been happening currently. It's just a fire hose. If anything, I'm surprised at the just every goddamn day. Like I was ready to talk about Padilla tonight. Like the senator getting like thrown to the floor by the FBI agents. I thought that was going to be the big news of the day. But by the time I got home from my drive, the news had officially moved on. How does the American government get to spend 2 days moving around as personnel in the Middle East beforehand and then say they had nothing to do with this? Yeah. Yeah, it's sus. That's sus. Well, they've been trying to, I mean, Trump's been trying to talk Israel out of doing something like this for about a week, and that's been public knowledge. So it's not like we didn't know about it. We definitely knew about it. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know if I buy Marco Rubio's, like, this was a unilateral action from Israel, and we didn't have nothing to do with it. Please don't hurt us, please. Thank you so much for enlisting, Avocado. You know that meme where the weird kid says to the one guy who was nice to him, hey, don't come to school on Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, no, seriously. Decades of weeks where decades have happened. It's been nuts, yeah. No, you're not wrong. You mean to actually be off half an hour ago? You work tomorrow? Today now? Just got distracted by good talks. Azrael, go get some good sleep. Go get some good sleep. Yeah, senator being thrown out and arrested by FBI agents is in and of itself wild enough to talk about. Israel warned them so no one got hit accidentally. Yeah, that's what this feels like. It really does, yeah. You knew about it, but didn't help them is what Trump claims. Don't be near Tehran on Thursday. Ugh. I went off 2020's wild ride. It was done with American weapons, which been, yeah, we could have stopped at any point in the last, decades. Just a little too profitable, Nova. 70 years. Yeah, they assassinated a top guy and some nuclear scientists. No accident. Oh, no accident at all. Federico. Yeah. Yeah, Bagheri. They got Brigadier General Mohammed Bagheri. And several nuclear scientists. Dumb, grim, dark Metal Gear. I hate it. Even your personal life has been insane this week. That's why you had no idea what was going on in the world. That's that fucking sucks that like personal life shit doesn't stop when the world is on fire. So it just makes it both. Pakistan PM 2 minutes ago calls attacks highly irresponsible. No kidding. Malaysian leader says Israeli strikes aim to sabotage US-Iran talks. So literally everybody saying the exact same thing. And that's the last update. Yeah, I do hope things get better in your personal sphere too, Ace Vaughn. That shit still matters, you know. We did put the note out saying that we were gonna stop any W if of his permits or something. EW to sell weapons to Israel, but forgot to check the stuff that's already active. Oh. Hmm. Theoretically have an arms embargo, but that's all sorts of loopholes that our government doesn't seem to care about because it just wants to say it has an arms embargo. That money's so good. Revengeance is slightly saner than this, right? Platinum Games somehow getting a hold of the lathe. Did you just homestuck us? Being here with y'all is always a nice break from it all. I hope it's a nice break. I'm sorry that tonight's stream is a little bit like talking about the news. But I was gonna just be sitting here staring at the news feed the whole night. Um, one way or the other, and I figured I'd just talk to my friends about it for comfort. Y'all are my comfort. So, as weird as that sounds, it's true. You have no idea where that reference is from. You probably picked it up like fourth hand. It sounds like a Homestuck reference. The lathe. Isn't that a Homestuck? Emotional support chat. It's maybe not the best, but it's what we got, you know? Ever heard of Dispatch? The game, yeah, it's like the Telltale folks, right? Yeah, I heard folks were playing that in the demos and they said it was pretty good. You're dispatching former villains to do superhero stuff or something? Appreciate the discussion of it. I appreciate y'all just talking stuff with me and also talking about other stuff like what sodas. I'm having a peach seltzer right now and it's peak. Would recommend. Nice. Yeah. So I can't do more for you right now, Bonnie. No, it's okay, Liz. We're all gonna be like all right in the long run. We're just, watching potential like stuff that's gonna embroil a lot of military action probably. And it's gonna be really bad. And it's gonna hurt a lot of people that shouldn't be hurt, Gotta have to keep you hitting the hotkey for crisscross applesauce. Yep. One of these days, Pepper, I'll figure out where the fucking enlist redeem is in my node graphs, and I will actually put a check in that checks if I'm sitting and stops me from saluting if I'm sitting, but I can't find where it is. It's in one of my node graphs somewhere, but they're all fucking spaghetti. Interesting seeing the Canadian government along some others starting to posture against Israel. I know the talk of sanctions finally starting to get some sort of like traction, but still so little, so late. Have you played Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus? I haven't played any of the new Wolfensteins. I haven't. I think they'd be very cathartic right now, probably. You're enjoying an oversized bag of gummy worms? Hopefully not sugar-free gummy worms. If nothing else, it relieves me to know that others have a sane head about the state of the world. That brings me some comfort. That's it. When my dumb ass is sitting here being a cartoon vampire talking about current events, that's what I want to be accomplishing, is to try to at least bring something like a level head to stuff that is otherwise quite stressful, If I can manage that, then I'm doing, more than just sitting around being a silly, which is also good too. Personal life shit combined with big IRL news shit is always a lot to get through. We're learning Henry Kissinger finally headed back to hell. Shortly after ending the only long-term relationship you've had for almost the entirety of your adult life up to that point. I'm so sorry that second thing happened. I'm so happy that the first thing happened. That's a lot to process.
Gonna sloop now.
Good night, Meshmaselikon. Gonna sloop. Have a good sloop. The only solace you can take is that the admin is so desperate that they'll have to fizzle out sooner or later with all the people in courts fighting back. Yeah. At least we got through the first 100 days, which means the fight gets harder for them all along the way from there. They're still just kind of doing that thing where they just claim powers that they don't have and wait for the courts to fight it out for months while they just use the powers that they claim, though, which is batshit that's how we do things. It's part of why you've been obsessed with, Warhammer, Wolfenstein, and Warframe lately. 3W games, yeah. The catharsis. Use the phrase in a similar way as the monkey's paw, except of an earnest wish and it becoming true in the worst way. I see. I think we should make a new Wolfenstein where you are a werewolf called Werewolfenstein and you kill Nazis as a werewolf with big claws and shit. Yes, I would. We've had Blood Rain where you were a cool, sexy vampire with a like a harness and arm blades for some reason where you killed Nazis. But have we ever had a werewolf versus Nazis game? One of the most absurdly specific ambivalent experiences I can imagine. Seriously. Yeah. I think I got sick. I think I had just gotten a COVID booster and I had been out on the couch for like 16 hours and I woke up like, I feel like crap. And I saw that Henry Kissinger had departed and I was like, I'm healed. I'm better. I put dragging on bringing Garcia. Oh my God, only to make up a bunch of charges post hoc is insane. Everyone thinks the Trump administration is operating in good faith after that. I guess nobody cares. I guess. What are your thoughts on Green Day? Well, Green Day had some bangers back in the day. Kind of boomer music. I like some boomer music, sure. Trench Crusade. Yeah. That's the one with the like, yeah. The like World War I, like Gnostic World War I. Eldritch Gnostic World War I. Hyped for Trench Crusade, hell yeah. As soon as he died, yeah, soul restored my mana bar. The werewolf is an ancient and modern symbol of the animalistic natures of mankind. It symbolizes both the freedom of acting according to nature as well as the terror of being bound to nature. The myths of werewolves can be seen to play with that dichotomy. Take, for instance, the ancient Greek. Yeah. Have you ever seen the Zodiac belt, Mono? It's probably a reference to Pliny the Elder or younger or whatever, but in the 3 books of occult philosophy by Henry Cornelius Agrippa, he talks about a Greek recipe, I think, for turning into a werewolf, where you inscribe, I think, a wolf pelt with the signs of the zodiac, and you put that down on the ground. You don't wear it, you put it on the ground, and then you pee in a circle around it, and that turns you into a werewolf. I don't know why. Magic's weird. Boulevard of Broken Dreams was constantly on when you were in high school, middle school. I think Dookie had come out when I was in middle school, I think. Yeah, werewolves are also puberty and sex. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, your changes are happening and you suddenly have these urges, these animalistic urges that you don't understand. You really hate that there are a lot of problems in the world right now you cannot solve by walking up to the problem and shooting it. So I play games with problems I can fix by walking up and shooting them. Yeah, I get that. Green Day finally got their star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Oh, good for them. You tried the Green Day Slurpee. What is Green Day flavor? Will? You gotta find that wolf pelt, yeah.
A new recruit has joined the army of Val Ashiat.
Oh, hello, Wise A. Ragnarok. Welcome in, Wise. Thank you for joining us. We just treat werewolves as every furry's awakening. Yeah, I get that. Makes sense. We've had more and more cases of Trump appointed judges even telling him to shove it. Yeah. Yeah, just slowly trying to claw back a little bit of fucking agency for the judiciary. So slow to move. Interesting seeing Trump supporters calling them traitors, just openly admitting they want judges to be their political operatives. Yeah. Yeah, it's so transparent, isn't it? Have a nice night. Gonna just try and finish some stuff. Hell yeah, Kappa Appa. Yeah, appreciate you hanging out with us. Trying to get that shut down in the big beautiful bill. Wait, which bit is he trying to get shut down in the big beautiful bill? The SCOTUS. Oh my god, Scrotus, am I right? Get him! Fucking roast Roberts' ass. You only be getting really confused because you don't identify as a furry personally, but you absolutely fuck with werewolves in every way, and you don't know where that places you. I think there's a spectrum, you know? Time to poopy on their front door again. Let's go. Everybody get ready. Oh, judges being able to hold him back? Oh, interesting. Not funding contempt of court proceedings. What happens if the courts say they can't do that? It's just an immediate constitutional crisis. And then what? You know, and then what? Bork back. Hi, welcome back, Starcatcher. How you doing? The flavor was cotton candy grape. It was called Kerplunk Candy Grape. That sounds cotton candy grape. I've had a cotton candy grape before. It was indeed a very sweet grape. Principle of polarity. Everything is a spectrum. The Kabbalion. They're pissing the cop car. They have to immediately sideline the car and get it professionally cleaned, and it can take days. Yeah, do your part. You gotta be in there anyway. That's how they're doing it. They're saying they're not allocating funding for holding the government in contempt of court. It's very bizarre. How's that even possible? Waiting to go home so you can go live. More night rain, you think? Symbol of the cyclical aspect of nature. We all go through phases to balance the positive and negative in our efforts to survive. Oh. Tribes who would turn into wolves for 7 years, then return to human after the time was served. Oh, interesting concept. Did y'all ever play, or were you ever familiar with the werewolf parallel to Vampire the Masquerade? Werewolf the Apocalypse. It was so tonally absurd and very much a product of the 90s. It was very hippy dippy in some ways. You play like 2 sessions of it. It's such a weird setting and kind of charming. The werewolves are the good guys, and they're fighting the evil forces of entropy, symbolized by the worm. The werewolves can like travel into the spirit world. The Umbra. Psycho murder Greenpeace, yeah. The Verm, the Weaver, and the Wild, yeah. And the Weaver went mad, I think. I think is also a thing in Werewolf. That passes, then combined with he can't be investigated now, he can't be found in contempt of court. Nothing can really be done. Absolutely bizarre. Yeah. At that point, you just have to rely on an ambitious army colonel to resolve the situation, I think. That's kind of your last line of defense there. 32 seconds ago, NATO chief calls on U.S. other Israeli allies to press for de-escalation. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte called on Israel's Western backers to press for an end to the strikes. This was a unilateral action by Israel, so I think it is crucial for many allies, including the United States, to work as we speak to de-escalate, Rutte told reporters in Stockholm after talks with Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson. Asked whether a nuclear clash might be imminent in the region, Rutte said, "No, we are not close." Meanwhile, 6 minutes ago, Israel's defense minister threatens further attacks against Iran. Statement soon after Israel's military said it had completed the attack on Iran, Israeli defense minister Israel Katz said the military would continue its activities to thwart the Iranian nuclear program and remove threats on the state of Israel. The precise hits on the heads of the commanders of the Revolutionary Guards, the Iranian army, and the nuclear scientists who were all involved in promoting the plan to destroy Israel is a strong and clear message. Those who work to destroy Israel will be eliminated. Quote from Israeli Defense Minister Katz, who history will not remember kindly. I have a nice voice for fantasy novel narration? You think so? Oh, Weaver went mad, made skyscrapers and shit, and locked up the worm. And then the worm went mad after that and escaped. Oh, that's the order of operations. Yeah. Either the Weaver is crazy and the worm is actually a necessary part of the cycle that being repressed in order to maintain an artificial stasis, or things are exactly what she says it is, or things are way more fucking wild. True. Yeah, a lot of the oldest werewolf stories are really more like back in the depictions where like you could kind of simultaneously be a witch and maybe a vampire and also a werewolf, but the witch would like send her spirit out at night in the form of a wolf. And it was more of like a nighttime projection kind of thing. Or get cursed by Zeus. That's true. That's true. You've been asking for Bon ASMR for years. Unfolding military conflagration ASMR with Bonnicula. The three are actually different parts of the same entity, and them being separate and fucked up was a huge fucking problem. Oh, so you gotta bring them back together. Maybe. You agree, Revoice? That is so nice to hear. Thank you for noticing me and spooking the soul out of you. I spooked the soul out of you? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Bedtime stories to have anxiety nightmares too. Sorry. The way you see Apocalypse's narrative, the point of it is that these werewolves are incredibly powerful, but they can't make lasting change because they're pretty much exclusively brute force and they need to utilize more than just violence to save Gaia. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I liked the Fomorians, I think, are like, or the Fomori are like the worm-tainted people, right? In Werewolf. They're like the servants of the worm. Fomori, I think. I swear I've met a couple in real life. I swear the guy who bought the company I used to work for, I swear the way that dude smiled, his empty ass venture capitalist fucking smile, Fomori for sure. I've never seen a deader pair of eyes with a bigger smile. If you manage to survive tomorrow, I'm gonna need someone to pat your head and call you a good girl. I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to. You better survive tomorrow though, okay? Oh, a big stretch. Thank you. Big stretch, everybody. If I can notice you. I guess. You were doing a crossover between Exalted and World of Darkness, meaning that you basically took all the lore that either Sydney had and was like, I'm gonna make this even more insane. Yeah, crank it up to 11. You're on day 4 without fast food. You're doing so good, Liz. That is huge. That is huge. Don't die, Liz. Don't. No, that's great. That's gonna keep you alive, probably. Y'all heard of this thing that's recently hit your radar? They're called Labubu. Yeah, a lot of money to be made. Scalping Labubus, apparently. Like Beanie Babies, yeah. Yeah, are you investing in Labubu? You gotta get in on it early, Hell Pepper. Those are gotta be worth something.
I'll gently place my hand upon your little nautilus shell and then explode because of the antimatter.
Mage is literally shooting an antediluvian with the sun. Yeah. A lot less stable about that shit than Soul used to be. I love that. They're huge. Oh, vampire question? Let's go. Let's hear it. Oh. Macro scale planetoid warship designed to shoot Cthulhu in the face. That, that makes a lot of sense. You snagged a blind box at retail because you think they're cute and literally no other reason, just for funsies. Open it right now. Oh no. It happened again. Ay caramba. Are we back? Are we back? Just froze for maybe 5 seconds. Did anybody have to reload? We'll see if that number down there goes, or that number over there goes down. The aspect of the werewolf being an allegory for hunger in some way, like how vampires need to drink blood. We always villainize creatures that feed on flesh and blood because they scare us, but they have to remember the need to survive is inescapable. We like to think that we can escape it, but vampires and werewolves remind us. Can't. Is it true vampires don't bite, they scrape and lick? No. That would make such a mess. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how much of a mess that would make? Should be safe. Let's hope. Not in World of Darkness. In Bonnieland. Dracula lied to you. Yeah. We've got straw's teeth, so we drink directly through our teeth. No, I hate that. I hate that. Great news. There totally is a scroll on your scale to reset it. Oh, nice. Oh, good. Oh, great. You found it. Where was it hiding? You would like to be bit by a vampire right now. Throw yourself in the Iron Maiden. The curly straws to sip blood. Like the fucking killer clown from outer space with the big cocoon, the cotton candy cocoon. Science has proven without wolves, the deer would eat themselves into starvation, along with everything else that needs grass. That's right. That's right. The balance requires the predator. It's a big rectangle. The top half is slightly bigger than the bottom half, and the wheel is under the lip. It was hiding underneath. Straw teeth just makes the entire throat entirely vestigial. Yeah. Where do the straws go if not the stomach? I hate straw tooth as a concept for vampires. If you want to have something like the vampires from Dusk to Dawn who are like snakes and they inject venom with their fangs, that's fine. I accept that. But no, they're outies, not innies. You know? There's actually a small sticker with an arrow pointing to the wheel. I see. I'm glad you found it. Vampire with a snaggletooth canine? That's literally me. Have you seen my selfies? The snaggletooth is real. The snaggletooth fang is real. I'm sorry to anybody who's seen my selfies who's disappointed that I only have one fang. So, I'm sorry to disappoint. Little tube that connects into the mouth. Oh, it just squirts it down. It just squirts the... Gross. I love your one fang. Thank you. Thank you. I like my one fang. I had a dentist ask if I wanted it corrected. And I was like, no, I like it. I like having a fang. The vampires from the strain, they had a projectable lamprey-like sucker tongue. Yeah, like a lamprey. Gross. It is not a disappointment. It is wonderful. I'd love to have 2. I should have told the dentist, like, nah, can you give me another one? Can you knock the other one out of place? Only half a vampire on my tooth side, yeah. The worst was, oh, yeah. The theory is that vampires purposefully bite an artery to have the pressure spray the blood into their mouth. Yeah. That sounds nice. Squirting. You want fang veneers? Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's see if we've got anything new. Nope. Literally nothing new. What is happening? Nothing new in 12 minutes. Always go for the arms, thighs, and necks for a reason. Mm-hmm. You start kind of going up in weight because you're building a lot of muscle mass right now? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's fine. Like, the weight itself is irrelevant compared to the composition, you know? You're a little fond of the Helsing version where all the teeth are extra sharp. Oh, yeah. You always thought that vampires are like mosquitoes with our nose. Do we eat it through the eat through our nose like a mosquito? There are 100 myths about Aleister Crowley, but I remember one of the stories saying that he made his teeth sharp enough to draw blood while kissing. Yeah. Yeah. How would you do that? With a file? It seems like you would just hurt your teeth very badly. It's actually because it's hot, actually. That's why. Yep. The scale is just so you have something to track. Yep. Does your saliva prevent clotting? I would think that vampire saliva would prevent clotting, I think. Your goals aren't based on your weight, they're based on your body shape. That's a way better way to approach things because people get hung up on numbers and there ain't no reason. Like BMI and shit, that shit's all made up by like an astronomer in the 1910s or something. Probably a eugenicist, if I had to guess. Yeah, you want to lose the chin wall, the gut, and build up some muscle definition. Here. He asked a dentist to sharpen his fangs for him. If a vampire kissed you with their saliva crackle in your mouth like Pop Rocks, we're putting it in the Google Doc because that's a good idea. Garlic makes blood easier to flow, so vampires launch misinformation method to make our blood easier to drink. Yeah, thank you so much for seasoning yourself. One that's an anticoagulant and one that counteracts the first. Ooh, I like that. Spit on that thing. Vampire saliva banks popping up like sperm banks in order to harvest anticoagulants. What an image. Add it to the doc. Hawk Dua on that bite wound, right? Gross. Gross. All right, we're gonna check Reuters again. You got anything new? Nope. Get an EP lurking. Thank you so much, avocado. And thank you for the lurkinaries. Wait, hang on. Okay, what we got? He's going at that vampire mouth with one of those dental suctions. Oh, showing them pictures of exposed necks. Oh, Lord. That's an image. Some werewolf myths mention their saliva having coagulating properties. Oh, that's interesting. Vampires and werewolves are opposites. Ah. So the big strong werewolf has to lick your wounds closed after the vampire attacks you? This book writes itself. Yeah. I'm smelling what you're stepping in, and I like it. I can see where this is going. How do you feel about Gavin Newsom? Someone on TikTok today said Gavin cares about his constituents the way vampires care about their food supply, but at least he hates Republicans. That is fucking nail on the head, TikToker, whoever you are. Yeah, I fucking can't stand that slimy toad, but at least at the moment, like, fight. Impress me, Newsom. You approve of this idea? I approve of this idea highly. Modern vampires donate saliva samples to make anti-clotting agents for hospitals, while doctors keep a werewolf around the ER to lick wounds closed. Oh, I like that. That's a lot more wholesome than what I was thinking of. But yes, that too. Husky werewolf SO licks your wounds to seal them. Yeah. I don't care if Newsom wins. I just need Trump to lose. Yes, nailed it. Yes, nail on the head. Okay, listen, I'm listening. I'm all ears at this point. Werewolves also lick wounds to enforce pack bond connections. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying I have an entire folder of Wolf Girl Licks Your Wounds ASMR. Oh, not the licking noises. Oh, no. You could have. You could have that because there's a lot of it. Yeah. Oh, Lord. I did accidentally stumble into a beloved and respected creator's ear cleaning ASMR stream once, and I've never fled so quickly because my poor misophonia almost made me turn inside out. The saliva produces collagen boosting effects to help adrenalize future wolves. Ooh, I like that. There we go. Nice. Ooh. Grab the last 5 ASMR you listen to and share the titles with y'all, please. Please. Hit me with it. Iran says nuclear enrichment facility was damaged. That's what we knew. 7 seconds ago, Iran's Atomic Energy Organization said in a statement that parts of the Natanz nuclear enrichment facility were damaged during the Israeli strikes, but that no nuclear radiation or chemical contamination has occurred. Okay. Well. That's what we heard earlier, that there was no rise in radiation levels, which is weird. I don't know how you hit uranium enrichment facility and not have a rise in nuclear radiation, but what do I know? Nice. Good job, Chichin. 2 chest wins. Downside is because werewolves also tend not to care a lot about what they're eating when they're, werewolves. A lot of the time they eat some meat that's not all that fresh. And like, yeah, your woods are closed, but you now have ligma. Uh-huh. You have never heard the word misophonia? You did not know there was a word for it. Man, if somebody eats a banana in the room that I am in, it's like my skin is trying to crawl off my body. Yeah. Misophonia is the word for it, and I got it bad sometimes. You won't be a doomer, but it should be said, Chernobyl didn't report a radiation rise for like 4 days. This is no, you're right to be a doomer about this one. This is an insane thing for them to be reporting. Like, we haven't detected any rise in radiation. It's like, okay, have you checked? Let me go get those ASMR titles. You want them here? No, get them. Yeah, hit us with them here. Let's publicly peruse. He once fell asleep to a Norse myth audiobook and woke up to a woman interpreting Bible scripture while also showing her feet on camera. Apparently this is a thing. The algorithm is a being of chaos. I mean, foot washing is like a huge thing in the Bible. Like, if you follow in the path of Jesus, you should wash the feet of the leper and the downtrodden, I'm not sure that translates directly into foot worship ASMR, but, You have sounds like this? Mm-hmm. If I have eaten, especially if I've eaten recently and, like, I'm full of food, if I hear somebody else eating, I want to fall into a giant hole in the ground until it stops. Did you hear why they didn't report? They reported their counters were reading 20 mews, which is fairly safe levels for the inside of the reactor. Days later, someone said, hey, what's the max of those meters you were using? 20. Uh-huh. 20 Geigers. At one time, you were reborn in a world where there was a wolf girl who licked my stub toe because only catering to one fetish is for cowards. The light novel. She was like displaying her feet intentionally focused and posing. This was the entire channel. I mean, if you find your niche, I'm just curious why she was also interpreting Bible scripture while she was doing it. I didn't expect that to be a overlapping Venn diagram. Audience for everything. That's true. That's true. If you're bringing people to Jesus, yeah. I respect the hustle. That's kind of what I was saying in my thread earlier today, is that sometimes the audience doesn't exist yet to understand that you are already making content that they will love. There were people out there who were waiting for foot worship Bible scripture, and she just happened to find those people, Who is this YouTuber? Yeah, so I can avoid them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's her channel? What's the at? I know what you are. A micro sievert, a mega views sieverts. Let me go get those titles, yeah. Jesus getting his feet cleaned. It's a major scene in the Bible. You wash the feet. Wash the feeties. That was one of the cool things that Pope Francis did, was he made a big deal out of, is because, like, the Pope is supposed to wash people's feet at like Sunday Mass and like at major, like the Christmas Christmas Mass and things like that. You're supposed to wash someone's feet as a gesture of humility. And like for the longest time, popes would just like wash some random cardinal's feet. But Pope Francis was actually really proactive about like, choosing somebody like really poor or sick or, like an actual like downtrodden person. And, like it's little things like that like, I don't know. I like things like that. You know? This was years ago. You have no intention of sleuthing this out. All right. It did not bookmark that channel. Did y'all see Pope Leo in the White Sox hat, by the way? Oh, enhance. Enhance. There it is. Yeah, that's the one. Do it. Poison your algo. Enrich your algo. You know? He seemed to legitimately care some amount about following the word as he understood it, so he gets some respect. I mean, if we're grading on a curve of popes, which is a pretty wild curve. Francis was pretty cool. There were lots of stances that I obviously disagreed with too. But like, if we're grading on the Pope curve, you know? Yeah, Chicago style Pope. That's right. It was just such a weird stitch and it connected to the content discussion. Yeah. There is a curve. Whoop, fell asleep. Good morning, sunshine. Yeah. Might be time to get the proper sleep. Time to eat. Night. Good night, Chiaki. Have a wonderful weekend. And see you on the blue skies. Liz's 5 most recent ASMR videos. Reiki for turbulent times. ASMR stress reduction. Amazing. Dumb piano boy plays with your face. I like that one. Oh, that's good. Furry ASMR. Only good cuties can follow these instructions. 8 hours of ice rain falling into dark forest. I'd like that one. Werewolf girl imprints on you. Amazing. Grand pianos crash together when my boy walks down the street. Dumb piano boy plays with your face is extremely good. You kind of love ear cleaning? Oh no. Good for you if you like it. It makes me want to die. Oh. Your beloved boy crush Debussy ASMR. I love that. Debussy. Could aliens be real? Fuck it, sure. Can my pets go to heaven? Well, I don't see why the fuck not. Ugh. Giordano Bruno, that's who I'm thinking of. Giordano Bruno was executed for saying aliens were real and probably had their own Jesus. He was condemned. He was condemned as a heretic and burned at the stake, probably, or whatever form of... How did Giordano Bruno die? Execution by burning at the stake. Burned at the stake for saying that. And then the Pope just comes out and says it. Ugh. He deserves an apology. Need to get a drop of Bame Johns from the shitty comedy Casino Royale saying Debussy. Well, it does lots of VR chat role plays and loves baseball. I love that. Doctor's appointment unintentional ASMR that make you so EP. There. The voice actor you used for your intro does NSFW ASMR too, I imagine. Yeah. If any one of these calls out to any of you, let me know. I'm happy to share them in Astroplate or DMs. Very good. Very good. Werewolf Girl imprints on you, damn. Born in the wrong universe, I know. Old man who has been doing woodcrafting for 200 years in a foreign country and just shows you how he makes roofing tiles type shit. Now that's good. Yeah, now you're right. That's good. Just got out of an ad break. Welcome back. Yeah. Can't really shit on ASMR enjoyers who enjoyed the occasional one, even though half of it is just looking for the weirdest premise you can. Yeah, I get that. Get that. Already searched up 3 of these. That hour. It's that hour. All right, looks like we have another update. Let's see what's happening. Iraq calls on UN Security Council to deter this aggression. Iraqi government in a statement called Israel's attacks on neighboring Iran a flagrant violation of the fundamental principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations and a threat to international peace and security, especially as it occurred during the period of U.S.-Iranian negotiations. Called for the UN Security Council to convene immediately to take decisive and concrete measures to deter this aggression, ensure its non-recurrence, and restore the prestige of the international legal system. Baghdad, which has close ties with both the U.S. and Iran, has attempted to maintain a difficult balancing act between the two. There was no immediate statement from Iraq's multiple powerful Iran-backed militias, indeed. Yeah, McDonald's drive-through lice check, unsay. You added the furry cuties and werewolf girlfriend ASMR to your bookmarks list. Those kinds of ASMR end up being your weakness. Hey, you find the one that works for you. Some of the Reiki stuff is kind of weird, like the committed Reiki ASMRs are like very woo-woo type stuff and you don't care for it, but the videos are very relaxing. You do believe there are energies in a world we can't say. So yeah, Reiki is really weird. Like it's got funky cult stank on it. But the one guy I knew who was really into Reiki was very sweet and had legitimately good healing energy. And I don't know that it had much to do with the pay to win initiations that you get. You should look into the pricing structure for becoming Reiki certified. Big cult scammy stuff all over it. However, it doesn't mean that man had healing hands. Those were real. And if that gave him a way to sort of focus it, fine. Fine. You treated yourself to a double cheeseburger meal at Dot's Diner around 8. You can still feel it in your gullet. Nice. Great feeling to be well fed. It is. It is. It sounds like a great dinner. Happy girl gives you head pats, calls you a good person as she feeds you a Wendy's Frosty ASMR. That's good. That clown does nothing but cook and speak truth. The secret is that this is because they both appeal to increasingly complicated fantasies due to overpopulation and the need to adapt to niches. That's an interesting framing, yeah. None of your recent ones were forced to kiss and cuddle by your introverted friend, friends to lovers, teasing audio roleplay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if there's anything else on these feeds. Jesus. Seen some of the images of the residential buildings that were struck directly in the side, destroying a single apartment in them. Did you read the Iraq one yet? Yeah, just the statement from The Iraq calling on the UN Security Council. Yeah, we just got that one a couple minutes ago. It's a role play, and the concept is that you have a Lamia roommate, and she finds your phone, and she starts searching your history on YouTube, and she reads off all the weird and highly sexual Lamia videos you've been watching on YouTube. Okay, that's pretty amazing. Lamia roommate names and shames you for searching for Lamia porn. That's wild. I bet she does it in a really cute, giggly way. Thought I said The Rock and not Iraq. Yeah. I often don't listen to it since most of it doesn't appeal to you. However, I thank you for these recommendations. These are a nice sample platter.
Dembones CD wants you to pound that drink.
Big
You're
titty
excellent.
goth Lamia helps you overcome your fear of cuddling. She holds you in her coils so tight. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch bones. It's almost 5. This has been a weird night for the last night of our stream week. I wasn't gonna get through a normal fucking Minecraft stream tonight. I would have been so fucking distracted the whole time. So I very much appreciate y'all hanging out with me while I just kind of like stressed and relaxed with you at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. There isn't a good word for it, you know? Promise Bonnie one a while back. You wanted to clip just a 20-second clip. Yeah. You get it? Yeah. It's just kind of a weird night. Hopefully we'll be back to normal stuff next week, I reckon. You know, but like tonight was a weird one. Kind of fun news with Bonnie. Yeah, such as it is, you know, and with a mix of just kind of like shooting the shit. This ASMR YouTuber who intentionally does the cringiest shit in the cringiest ways, and it's one of your favorite things ever. They can be legitimately hard to watch. Hit me with a title. Just a sniff of it. She needs to adjust her titty. Yeah, probably. You don't think there is the best way to cope with this, but if this is how you need to deal with it, I'm here to support you. Just being able to talk with folks, like, is helpful to my weird brain, you know? Like, in many ways, I am an internal processor, but, like, only with some stuff, you know? Like, this stuff is world stuff, and it helps me just to have folks to, like, get my thoughts out as they're happening, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that there is the best way. If this here is the best way? Oh, I don't know if there is a best way, honestly. Is this fucking real? Am I fucking hallucinating? Right. Yeah, it's part of it. 55 seconds ago, Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem closed to the public. I imagine. Only guards and employees of the holy site will be present for traditional Friday prayers. Site's custodian said Friday. The mosque is the third holiest site for Muslims and is located on the holiest site for Jews, who refer to it as the Temple Mount. Islamic Endowment, which administers the site, said Israel has banned public gatherings. The call to prayer will sound as usual. I imagine a lot of things are going to be closed to the public tomorrow. Apologize for not sharing your anxiety. Not at all, Astro. Not at all. You've heard of parallel play. Now get ready for parallel world trauma processing. You know, you do the best with whatever tools you can have at your grasp. Hello, lobotomizing you cutely and removing your brain rot and eating the yummy bits. She does that thing where she acts very anime as a live person. That's okay. That's great. Can I say that's fucked up? Wait, which one? Which bit? You also consider yourself an internally processing person, but when your conclusions seem so distant from those of others around you, you can't help but feel alienated, which is why I appreciate a place like this. I appreciate you saying so, Mono. Yeah. You're normally a very anxious, catastrophizing sort, but I suppose I am naively hoping all of this will work out in the people of Gaza's favor. God, I hope so. Good Lord, I hope so. Talk about my girl Seafoam Kitten. Is it Seafoam Kitten? Hi, Night Hunter Theresa. How you doing? How was your day? She's your hero. Yeah, I mean, if more folks can like finally get on board with actually fucking sanctioning the violence, you know, like sanction the violence for Christ's sake, you know. Will we live long enough for GTA 6 next year? I think so. I think so. It's just more world chaos conditions. Yet more world chaos conditions, you know. Hope everybody is well despite things. We are. Yeah, it's just kind of been a 4.5 hour stream of just kind of like processing stuff as it happened, kind of because I was gonna do that anyway, you know. But like we also had conversations about early childhood crushes and the rare sodas we like. So that was nice. And werewolves. We had a nice long talk about werewolves. And we looked at the Pope wearing a White Sox hat because it makes me laugh. Rare sodas, butterscotch root beer. Oh lordy. You have found it all of twice. Holy shit. Thanksgiving dinner soda? Oh, is that a Jones soda? You're starved for werewolf media so much you reinstalled Skyrim? Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I should be more worried because you hardly ever seem rattled by anything. I am rattled by this. Yeah, I'm rattled by this. I just worry that it'll just escalate things so fast and there'll be, a lot of folks suddenly mobilized. Here, your gears turning, my gears, they're turning. They're turning. Things set in motion, something, something. Exactly. Like, I don't know the shape of it. I just know the shape is bad. You know what I mean? One in 7 chance to attack a country on their Sabbath, but knowing the history of that part of the world feels planned. Yeah, true. Know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's like you. I don't know what this tarot card means, but I know it's got a lot of swords on it, and that they're sticking in a body in a field. You know, I can guess. Brush off the old survivalist gear, perhaps. You think Iran will retaliate, but in a way that won't start a war like they did when Soleimani was killed during Trump's first term? I hope so, but this is so much bigger. I hope so, because that was at the end of the day, their retribution, their retaliation is the word I'm looking for. After that was of the sort that occurs when exchanges occur, where it's like it signals that this is a necessary retaliation, but that this is the end. Like we have to retaliate politically, but we retaliate in a scaled way that prevents a retaliation, you know? Way too kiki, not enough boba. I agree. The world needs more boba. Yeah, extra cruel. Why now is a perfectly good question. I don't have the answer for. And their official explanation is as dubious as they come. The most dubious. Oh, they could have had 15 nuclear bombs within days. Okay. If you say so. Couldn't wait. Couldn't wait another decade. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Blue Sky seems to be having some bitrate problems. Maybe they think the best defense is a good offense. They clearly do. I don't think that is a long-term good strategy. Unless it's designed to keep Netanyahu in power and not in jail, like he was probably going to wind up in. Hello, Datamancer. Hello, welcome in, friends. Not an excuse for the shit they're doing, for real. Hi, Datamancer. It's so good to see you. What are we all getting into tonight? I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good Thursday. Here's the Pope in a White Sox hat. That's what we're talking about. And also reading the news all night long. Pretty clearly a political move on the part of the people in power to shore up their rocky standing, for real. You're on the Pope. Engage the holy circuits. Yeah. You're the Pope now. And I'm the Pope now. Congratulations, you're all popes. Hail Eris, all hail Discordia. I declare you all popes. You're playing some Hades, trying to 100% the game before moving on to Hades 2. Hell yeah. Nice. Hail Eris. What's my decree? Nacho cheese your Eucharist wafers is my first decree. It's all Pope from here on out, baby. You're infallible. What you say, it's true. And what I say, it's true. Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. She's with us always, for better and for worse. You getting close to that 100%? You looking forward to Hades too? Cheese on the communion biscuits, baby. Yeah, double stack them. You can double stack Eucharist wafers now. That's my second decree. And also we put peanut butter between them. Your mom wanted Eris to be one of your middle names. Holy shit, really? What a questionable name to give to a child. Critters, it is 5 a.m. It is probably time to pack it up, pack it in. You decree instead of crackers and wine, we have Detroit-style pizza and Fago. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. Is this it? Yeah. Yeah. Big flexes. Pope hat. Muscle Pope says, baptize your children in Gatorade so they'll be super strong. That's what I say. She was a member of the Church of the Subgenius. I too am a member of the Church of the Subgenius. That's wild. Yeah, I'm officially, that's one of the various things that I have been ordained in. It was a weird time in my life. Of course you are, Bad Pat, yeah. I want you to know the power of the flex. I'm here to pump you up. Feed power thirst to your babies. Bear blasting. Ah! It's the sport you'll invent because you're too energetic for normal sports. What Heaven's Gate was right. Well, we got a while till that comic comes back, I guess. What about Monster? I think that's gonna do weird things to your child's early development. You got to get those. You got to get the salt content in there from the Gatorade. Finish the bit. It's like I'm constantly calming. when you do the pump, it's like you're constantly calming. Yeah. Woo! The pump you up. What does that even mean? When I'm posing up on stage. Subgenius is what they called you in college. Children can be so cruel. So cruel. I don't know what he meant by that. But apparently the pump is really good. Whatever it is. Whoa, your boots got long. Yeah, boots look a little long and weird. Big bat. Long bat. What you do for childhood obesity? We gotta get the kids on the... They gotta get them on the machines. I think I'm losing my Arnie. I think it's slipping from me. Alas. All right. As Liz says, it is indeed officially 5 a.m., which does bring us to the end of our streaming week, unfortunately. I've had a very pleasant time hanging with y'all anyway. Liz the Killjoy? No, Kronos the Killjoy. Liz, you are but the messenger. I would not kill the messenger. 'Tis Kronos I would kill if I had my way. My oldest foe who will win in the end, but I intend to fight him every step of the way. In the meantime, if you haven't joined us in the Discord, you can find your way there only here through this link delivered in this channel, advertised nowhere else. Time to do a backflip. Whoa, Sarah Lane. Hot diggity damn. Thank you. Bring a sickle to Kronos. Carve the children out. Time to do a backflip. Okay, I'm gonna go it. Wow. I'm gonna do it. Big flips. Just for you. Since you asked so nicely. Thank you so much. That is tremendously generous. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Did you add a little extra effect at the end of your amulet? I don't think so. I think it's the same one we've always had. I'll replay it for you. The little sparkle. Have you just never seen it before? It's been there for years at this point. It's just subtle. You're looking. You get more particles if you get more than one. I don't think so, because it's just a blend shape what turns it on. You don't recall the little light wormies. Yeah, they've been there. The little light wormies. Maybe show it one more time. But you gotta get a enhance. Computer, enhance. Not very visible in a normal scene, I suppose that's true. It's true. So, what were we saying? Thank you for hanging out. If you would also, yeah, so that's the way to the Discord. I've got a fully playable mud. You can come and play if you want. Don't feel like you have to, but you should. And here, if you'd like to track my movements, follow me on that blue sky there. You're always on mobile, so you are small. Am I big tonight? You do not get more and more dramatic the more sacrifices you get. Maybe I should, now that you mention it. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for tolerating me this evening. Thank you for keeping me company, Liz. Your company is always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Let's find somewhere to drop everybody off. Why don't we? Does that sound like a good plan? Let's see who is up tonight. Sounds like a Dracul staple. You're not wrong. We'll be back with normal stuff next week. We'll play some Minecraft. We'll hang out. It'll be a good time. Let's see. I think that I should like to say hello to... These people are always sleeping. They're always sleeping. Thank you for the besitos.
A new recruit has joined the army.
Who joins
of
us? Hello, Fifth Voice. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to this side of the Cursed Castle. Thank you for stream, Bombi. Thank you, Mono. Thank you for hanging out, Mono. I really appreciate it. It's been nice having you to talk to as well. And you, I, and Hellpepper, and Astro, and Azia. All y'alls. Thank you, Bones. Let's go drop in on... I want to say hi to Bonnie BVT. Wait, are you sleeping? Hold on. Let me make sure Bonnie B's not sleeping. No, Bonnie B's awake. All right, let's go say hi to Bonnie B. Bonnie for Bonnie. That's our raid message. Bonnie for Bonnie. Raid Bonnie BVT.
Soldiers, ready your spears. Bonnicula is preparing to raid Bonnebeeve.
Another Australian. Yeah, we're always raiding down under. You know how it is. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you, Sarah Lane. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you for that huge pile of gifted subs. That was huge. I really appreciate that. Very generous of you. Y'all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Be well, be safe. Take care of yourselves. Keep yourselves strong and slept well and hydrated and moisturized and well fed. Good night, Castle Critters. All right, let's head to the stream over screen, okay? Good night. Good night, Techie. Good night, Mono. Good night, Liz. Good night, Azia. Happy weekend. Yeah, I'll see y'all on the blue sky. I'll see y'all in the Discord. Good night, every pony. Thank you for the rent lowering, every pony. Good night, Chloe. Good night, Datamancer. Goodbye.
Tonight. Your categories tonight are... Oh,